Oops. Hey, there we go. Right, it's 10, isn't it? Yeah. Ooh, a little late. Sorry about that, guys. Oh, no, wrong window. Oh, there we go. Oh, shit. Is anyone here? Hello, hello, hello. It is Thursday, isn't it? Okay. It is 10, correct? Okay. Oh, scheiße Liebe. Hey, there we go. So we at least have someone here. Oh, for shit's sake. How are we doing today, sir? Let me get this here. Goodly. Hey, sorry I was a minute late. I was kind of got everything set up and then drank my coffee and just wasn't paying attention. Let's double check YouTube just to make sure. Live now. All right. So there we go. Good God. Critique sessions are 9 hours every damn time. Why do we only have 4 here? Or do we have 5? Okay, now I'm really confused. Week 1, week 2, week 3, week 4, week 5, week 6. We haven't had 6 crit sessions, have we? Three weeks, 2 weeks, 2 weeks. Oh, so maybe these are the same one? I do not know. All right. Well, whatever. It's recording. That's all that matters, right? Hello, hello, hello. All right. Let me just double check and see if anyone else has uploaded. Boop, boop. Nope. Okay. I have everybody. This is what I was working on during Monday. My knee is the size of my head. My leg's completely blown up. The beauty of industrial bursitis, gout, whatever the hell it is. It's a nightmare. I can't move or walk. I'm a broken person. It's very sad. Well, other than in extreme pain, I'm doing okay. Yeah, no, that's not it. I have no idea why this blew up. Like I literally, it's so. Oh, I'm telling the world my issues. So I actually have bursitis. I damaged my joints really bad when I used to race bicycles, and what happens is I get a slight bursitis blowout, but there's enough uric acid crystals that it re-aggravates the bursa. So like I have no joint deterioration. I have none of that. And like if they just took my uric acid levels or crystals or whatever the hell it is, it doesn't actually go over the, hey, you have gout number. But what I have is distressed joints that the bursa blows up. And then I guess there's enough uric acid that it keeps it blowing up. And having no health care, needless to say, my pills ran out about 6 months ago. Well, no, about a year ago, I guess. And I haven't had really any problems since then. And then the other day, I woke up and I had like a little pinch in my knee, and I was like, okay. And then kind of went back to sleep, and I blew up, and my knee and like my entire lower leg is, I feel like Henry VIII. It's ridiculous. I've got like a balloon leg syndrome. Well, Zoid, let's do you now. How's that? Yeah, no, I know that red meat and gout are the issues. All right, so let's see. Zoe, boop. Here you are. So, guys, when I look at this, I think that your clay tubes is maybe too high. You're getting just a little too much noise on the surface. And it looks like, see this chatter right here? It looks like your clay tubes brush, if you are you using clay tubes, or is this buildup? No, it's okay. There's plenty here to talk about. Yeah, 17's too big. Because see, you just get too much separation between the steps. So here, let me go to 17. And let's look at this stroke real quick. Right here. Oh, I guess that's not clay tubes. Let's go to clay tubes and let's go to 17. And you can see that I also think double check your roll distance. When next time you open clay tubes, look at these settings right here. Lazy step 0.003, lazy smooth, I have it at 8, and roll distance 10. Double check that, because it looks like you're getting a little chatter in your brush too. See, like right here, see how you're getting this ch-ch-ch-ch-ch-ch. That might be the cross section this way and then this way, but if you'll notice, oh, hold on. If you notice, like this stepping pattern, right? You can see it here too. It might be tied to strokes this way and then stroking this way. But if you notice, my strokes don't have that chatter to it. So I think your roll distance might be, or your lazy smooth or your lazy step might be off. Something in these settings might have changed. So I think that you could be setting here because you're just a little chattier, chatterier, right? So get it down, because even at 18, you can see that I'm not getting that chatter that you were getting. But you get it this way because the step is high, right? The Z intensity is high. So that's why I usually work down in that 5 to 6 range. And if you'll notice, it's a much softer, I'm getting that line mark, but it's far softer, right? And if you look, my lines don't have chatter in them. Does that make sense? See, this is just lines. That's not chatter. That's just the space between my line. Where you're getting this, you can see it very clearly here. You're getting this ch. So I would say that your lazy step. If you turn lazy mouse on, I usually have this at 0.003. I don't know why I made it 0.0035. But just do 0.003 or 0.001. It doesn't matter. At that point, it's pretty tight. Make sure your roll distance is 10. And I thought I usually have my... Oh, no. Let's see. Well, I guess I had it set at 8 for a reason. But you can see as I'm going over, it takes a few steps to get there, but I wind up with a much less chattery surface. So I think that's your main problem here. You're losing control over your surface because of the settings of the clay tubes brush, because you can see that we can just really quickly come in here and just one stroke over cleans that surface up dramatically. I used to race for Peugeot Shell Criterium road bikes. I tested and I was going to do some BMX with Kuwahara, but I don't know. I found the road racing a little bit more therapeutic. And it was a lot faster. I'm a speed monkey, so Criterion Racing. You can see I can get to the places you were very quickly without that much chatter. So I think you're just losing control of your surface because of the brush settings. Right. Now, I'm glad you went around the surface. Just be careful about like points like this so they don't turn into cheese graters. But you know, this isn't fitting tough, but you see how there's like that bow right there. Just be a little conscientious about that so it doesn't become a wearing place. And once again, I know that you are, that these are big lines, but this still basically constitutes drawing on the surface up here because you just have a big line and it's not really showing any kind of transitional surface. Thank you, Mike. Do you see what I'm saying? So once again here, if these become planes, which here I'm going to turn so I can move a little bit of material quicker. Now you'll notice I might turn my brush up, right? I went up to 12. So I can move a little bit more material while I was working, but I have a very soft hand when I have my Z intensity up. I don't press very hard, and it's just so I can move more material instead of doing it in passes. It's just a quicker way to get there, but it gives me a bumpier surface. Let me turn symmetry off and we'll just do one side, sorry. Okay. Control tap, so that's history. Let's come back up here. Turn off symmetry. And let me, I'm just going to take this stuff back to where it was so we can look at the difference. And we're not dealing with big differences here, right? You know, this is fairly subtle stuff. Oh, no. Once again, this, this isn't like a negative commentary. It's just, I want you to, just think about how you're building things, and that's it. It's not, once again, this isn't, I understand that you may not necessarily have enough time to do things, but there's just that, once again, this stuff is just a little bit more like philosophy in the sense of how are you thinking about your parts? And because you're still approaching these things as rounds, right? And that's what I mean by drawing, as opposed to thinking of it as the plane. And once again, these are going to be rougher surfaces just because I have this cranked up, so I can move this material quickly to kind of just give you the idea of what I mean by I want you to think about your model differently. All right. Because when you laid this down, you basically scooped it out. Oh shit, that's not smooth. Come on, undo. Undo. Right, it's not just this half round thing. It has planes that are kind of changing direction, right? And that's what's giving you a visually dynamic surface. All right. My allergies are going off again. Ugh, my friggin' leg. Sorry. Mm-hmm. And let's kick this back. We'll kind of have it facing more to the inside. Lower res, lower res. And obviously, if we were doing both sides, those would meet up cleanly. Let's make this come from that. The sides of the model, the idea is creating some kind of sword came out, but even at 9. You don't think there was enough? Well, I think you have plenty of geometry here. It's just how you're managing it, I think. I think that your biggest problem here is you were fighting your brush more than the resolution, right? Because, I mean, this is 12 million polys. There's no reason in the world you're not getting whatever detail you want out of this. Like I said, I just think you were... A lot of this is fighting the brush, I think. Once again, instead of these being pointy, if they're flat, they reflect better, right? And these shapes are always tricky because you're trying to get this to, you're kind of registering this as a positive, and you wind up with this funny Y shape that just never makes sense when you, it's a form that I run into all the time. And you, like these Y intersections can be strange. So, and I'm just kind of playing with the surfaces you've developed here, right? I'm not really trying to change anything. All right, so let's look here real quick. You see, by simply throwing some directional surfaces on these become clear shapes, right? You're getting a little bit more. These have points, these have flats, these are going to reflect better. Just clarify kind of what kind of transition you have going on here so there's some sense to it, right? You can see that by making reflective edges, right, instead of just cutting it back, this reflective edge in a sort of flat top will make that a bright, shining, reflective surface. And I did sort of the same thing to your heart, right? You sort of have this edge. Well, what I've done is I've flattened out the middle so we have a reflective point, and then I made this a reflective transitional surface, right? So this is going to reflect off to the side a little different and clean. And you can see by defining, instead of making all of these flat, have them change direction, and it'll be a more dynamic surface. I'm just going to use pinch here to join this into an edge so it's clean and you can kind of see it. So do we kind of see the difference in those two surfaces? What do we do? Yeah, what I meant is she had it turned up very high and her step is wrong. See how chattery this is? Where, so she's winding up getting very dynamic, kind of crunchy surfaces where if you have your brush set right, you can see that I can come in here, throw one this way, and then throw a cross stitch this way. And you can see it smooths the surface as opposed to turning into a chattery mess. She said that she had her setting at 17, and then I think her lazy step is too big. And you can see how by doing the same brush strokes, see how she has these steps in here? I've already gone over this edge. This was much rougher. Even this lumpiness here, that's what I mean. She's fighting her brush. Her brush settings are very aggressive. So her steps are very aggressive, where you can see that I can come through and just creep up on these surfaces as opposed to it just being raw. Right? No, but the lazy mouse settings still affect the brush even when you turn it off, right? So these settings, turn on lazy mouse, lazy step, lazy smooth, and roll distance, they still apply to the brush in some ways when you turn lazy mouse off. They do still define how the brush interacts with the surfaces. And so, you know, I think a lot of your issues here, once again, are just your brush settings more than anything else, because you can see we can clean that up with one brush stroke. And yet again, like these edges. Woo. Right, you can see it. And I think we're dealing with the same things here. All of a sudden putting these point detail in here, I don't know exactly why you're doing that necessarily, because it has no, there's nothing up here leading us to that as far as the design goes. Right? If you have something like this, why isn't it on the next steps? Right, so let me Like if you do want a pattern as such, kind of make sure there's some sort of reason, or, you know, at least some design consistency, where maybe you have a notch here, and then that leads to a fin or something. And I'm just making this up, so it's not necessarily good design, right? You have 1, 2 here, maybe. Then you have 1, 2, 3. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, right? Right, does that make sense? At least if you're going to do it, you know, have a progression or at least a reason. And I mean, obviously those aren't a pattern or a design. It's just sort of giving you an idea of, you know, how you can make a pattern be part of the elements of the part. And then what do we have here? Well, once again, this is just kind of drawn on, where if you want these to feel like one shape, which seems to be the implication there. Make sure to have them be one shape. Alright. Right, so if you're going to have these collapse down into a form over here, you know, that might actually be higher. So you're actually getting that dive in or whatever. But see, these kind of turn into, once again, a drawing. And do you see why I say this is a drawing? Because at the end of the day, this measurement, and this measurement are pretty similar, and they're going to reflect as just highlights, right? You're going to get 3. Oh, shit. you're going to get 3 bright lines, where if you're thinking about them in planes, you're going to get plane transitions, and then however you decide to resolve these intersections, still kind of think of them as a plane, right? This one's probably out farther, and then they go back in. Right, so whatever this transition is, if it's happening on a plane level as opposed to just a drawing, these are going to be dynamic surfaces, not just lines, if that makes sense. Oops, that's not shit. Right. Whatever's happening there, just make it some sort of planal transition as opposed to lines, if that makes. I'm not sure how you're going to want that curve to incorporate in, but. And then as we come down here, yeah, once again, I think literally this is just your brush is too powerful, or it's on too strong, and you're getting chatter, because this is pretty good at the end of the day. Hold on, let's just do it with kind of. Right. Can see how all I did was turn that into 2 planes as opposed to 1/2 round. I mean, you can see that you're not far off there, right? Right, so that's not horrible. It's just loose, and then just knock that edge back a little more. Right. So does that make sense? I think that most of your problem was that your brush was too aggressive. So instead of working up to your surfaces, you were always fighting yourself, right? When you're trying to make it smoother, it just made it chattier, where with the stroke low, it actually allows me to homogenize the surfaces instead of fighting against them. And also remember, this is why we have subdivision levels, right? Lower, 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 lower. And we can come in here and just quickly tap them. And then just come up. Smooth. Come up. Smooth. And now you've kind of smoothed your mesh. You can come back in and lay these in, and they'll be, much cleaner surfaces. Does that make sense? Well, yeah, of course we do. But I mean, for you, you had a noisy, crappy surface anyway, so it doesn't matter. You have everything in position, so now when you come back and you have smoothed all over that, you can come back in and, without much effort, get yourself to a nice clean layer decision, right? Now just come back in. Sometimes I find it's just easier to kind of wipe it all out and just use those bumps as your guidelines for the more appropriate and clean style objects, right? That's, like let's say something like this, right? Well, when I lower my resolution on this, I'm not going to go over everything, right? I'm just going to come in here and get this stuff. This is where stroke discipline can help you greatly. And now we higher res. And I'm just getting rid of this noise. Higher res. Get rid of my noise. And now, at this resolution, I'm just going to tap this off. Right? And that was just one stroke on top of that. So you can see that, where you choose to smooth and at what level, it really depends on what you're wiping out. So when I say go back and smooth, it doesn't necessarily mean wipe everything you've done out up to this point. But sometimes I have no problems doing that, because sometimes it's just easier, instead of fighting with it, I'm just using it as a surface guideline now, right? And you can see you can go in either direction and how you're creating your layers, right? So once again, let's come in here and look at just cleaning this up, right? So you're there, but you don't want to lose all of your surface detail, but you have a bunch of noise here. Lower, lower. I think 2 should do it. Get that first. Right. See, that had lumps on it, so I'm going ahead and hammering that down. And then when we get to our higher res, I can come back in, lay this in as my stroke. Right, and dictate what's happening with my surfaces. Right, come back in and kind of push that in and clean that up, smooth that. And see, this is also what's nice is when you come back up to your higher resolution, you can smooth away some of that stuff that you have, but we didn't wipe out our form completely, so this way I can use this as a guide to my form. Right, and so you can tune it up at your higher res without getting everything to disappear. And it's really easy. So look there, and then look there. You know, I mean, I think it shows you it's pretty easy to get back to where you were really quickly. So don't be afraid to redo stuff. If you have crappy surfaces, don't tap dance around them, just get rid of them. Right? You know, we have a lumpy surface there. Lower twice. That should be enough. Relax it. Right? Higher res. Higher res. Does that make sense? All right, so I haven't looked over here for a second. Let me catch up. I don't have anything. This sucks. I'm getting more and more stuck. Well, you have to, well, do you have anything at all? I mean, upload something that you've been working on and we'll talk about it. Or when we get to you, we'll talk. You don't get overblown by this. All you're doing is take squares, build something out of Legos, right? The Z modeler, quickly assemble a Lego shape, and then just knock off the edges. That's all you have to do. Don't get blown over or intimidated. Just stick to it, go slowly, and you have to give me something or we have nothing to talk about for what you're doing, right? I don't care if it's 4 blocks put together. But until you put something up, all you're doing is looking at how other things are done with other people. We need you to have something so that way you, in your mind, assembled this thing in X way. And then we can talk about how you're trying to assemble things. So take whatever model you've been working on, because if you're stuck, I'm assuming that you have a model that you're stuck on, upload it and let's talk about it. Because until we can take it and see what you're thinking about and how you're thinking about a model, you're just looking at how other people are doing it, and it's very difficult to then tune that into what and how you're thinking about models. So please upload your base model, ZBrush fan. You've got to have something or you're not stuck on anything, right? ZBrush fan, just wait for mine. Well, I mean, some of you are at basics, and don't compare yourself to people who are better than, or not better than you, but farther along than you, right? I mean, these crit classes, we have people who are excellent sculptors who've been using ZBrush for a long time who are trying and struggling with making jewelry. And, you know, you have strengths and positive and sets of knowledge that you're bringing to this. And you just have to learn how to approach what you're doing. It's all it is. I mean, it is literally just building a shape out of Legos and then pushing and pulling, knocking the edges off of it, and ta-da, you got a piece. These happy little clouds. So does that make sense? Let's go back here and just kind of go over where we were, right? Drawn on lines, sculpted in forms, right? Forms with reflective edges, and you can see that's a scoop and that's an edge. They're going to reflect differently. I've changed the angle of the inside one, so these aren't just flat, but it has some depth to it. Be a little bit more decisive about this side edge stuff. This just turned into gobbledygook. There was no, this turns into two. Actually, this line turns into 3 lines, and these 3 lines turn into 1 line. Why is that? Right? Don't just see the difference between, whoa. Right, just by defining this a little, these become much cleaner shapes, and just having that little lip of an edge, right? In here, you can see that it's standing off the surface. Don't just cut lines in, make them planes that go below and behind one another. Do we see that difference here, everyone? Right? So instead of this being a plane that kind of goes back, and a plane that kind of goes back, and a plane that kind of goes back, this is a lump, and then it has a scoop, and then it's a plane, and then it's a lump, and it's a scoop, and which one's going to read as a surface, right? This is going to read much cleaner, especially from way back here, right? So this is what I mean by thinking in planes. And then here we just talked about how we're smoothing out our surfaces. Intentionality behind this stuff. I can see you just started to futz around with it, but if it doesn't need to be there, don't have it there. And if it does need to be there, think about what you're doing. And that is, okay, I want a climbing pattern, right? I want it to go from 1 line to 2 lines to 3 lines to 4 lines. Have a progression of ideas. Or if it's just going to be a notch out of the tip, make it a notch out of the tip. But then how does that, come to here? So think about why you're doing these things. Don't just arbitrarily throw stuff on. And what's funny is, you have kind of a progression of form, right? You have this that then kind of opens up, which then kind of opens up completely. So where is this one's, right? You left this one out for some reason. And I'm sure, like you said, you're talking about just not having enough time. You might have just had to stop there, but think about it. And yes, I think your number one problem was, see how lumpy and galumpy your surfaces are. Your brush was turned up too high and your roll distance is wrong. Do we have any other questions on this? I think that pretty much covered. All in all, the form's nice. It's fun. You're not having any real wearability issues. You can get into it by pressing here, right? These points are pressing away from the body, which is good. So all in all, I think you're close. I just think that in some ways these are they're deeply drawn on, but you're not thinking of them in layers, right? Okay. Do you have any questions on this way? Yeah, I think the real thing is just really evaluate what you're doing in the sense of layers, right? I hope, and if people aren't understanding this, please tell me. Because I say that for lots of different things. And like I said, it's a little bit more of a philosophy than a lot of things. I'm trying to get you guys to look at how and why you're building your forms, right? And so you can see here, do you understand why I still kind of view this as drawn on? It's very deep, right? But it's still just sort of, okay, well, I'm going to do this. And then I'm going to do this, and then I'm going to do this. And when all these things are the same height, right? In the same kind of roundness, it just leaves us with very bright linear highlights, right? The highlight of this is going to be wherever that rolls. The highlight of this is going to be a hot spot wherever that rolls. Hot spot wherever that rolls. Where here you have an entire plane that's reflecting. This is a plane that reflects this way. This is reflecting that way, right? And so you're getting these surfaces that roll with the light. Do you see how that travels? And like from this angle we have hot spot, hot spot, hot spot. From this angle we have hot spot, hot spot, hot spot, as opposed to just the line right there, line right there, line right there, line right there. So you're just getting a much broader reflective surface. All right, Brian, did I miss you? Oh. Well, did I tell you to use Lazy Mouse? I never use Lazy Mouse. Well, that's not true. I will use Lazy Mouse on specific times, but you don't need to be Lazy Mouse right now. Well, it has Lazy Mouse tools, but there is no tool that's going to get you to make a clean stroke. You really need to just practice stroking, right? Get your brush, come in, hold it, This is just hand habit. There is no, stop looking for the machine to do things for you, right? If you want a clean line, lay it down, come back, smooth, and then where the lumps are, you can kind of get your lumps out and redirect the direction of the surface by stroking it in, right? But you have to get into the habit of, like, if you're using Lazy Mouse all the time, you're not learning how to draw a line, right? You're trying to depend on Lazy Mouse to do it for you. And Lazy Mouse won't do it for you. You have to understand how to make a stroke, and then you can in turn use Lazy Mouse to support that surface, right? But damn it, none of those are smooth. I keep hitting cap locks and not smooth, right? But you have to learn to pivot on your hand and use your hand as the pivot point as you're drawing. And that's why I use my gloves, right? Is because then I can come in and do really nice, long, smooth curves because I'm pivoting on my hand. Does that make sense? Because lazy mouse isn't going to make you draw straight lines, right? It's going to. Now, where lazy mouse does help is if you're doing like a nice long stroke that has nice curves, because it gives you some time to react with lazy mouse, right? And then you just hit 1 a couple times and you can make that. Oh, I guess I stroked over that at the back end. But the key is that nothing in this machine is going to do it for you. If you want nice smooth curves, it's just like engraving. It's just like anything else. Go to star, go into your gizmo, go to plain or flat, divide it up to about 4 million, hit Q, and literally just make engraving plates. Don't use lazy mouse. And now you see what happened there. That's a crappy lump. It has that lump in it, and so it's going to repeat. Right, see this lump right there? That's a crap curve, right? It just comes down to, do curves. Make sure to do them in the other direction as well. And the key is try to draw smooth curves, right? Oops. Right? And I would say that's the same for hash marks. Come in and just make sheets of hash marks. How do I draw straight lines? Now there are tools in Lazy Nezumi that allow me to do kind of radials and things. But the thing is until you can, it just comes down to having stroke control. And a lot of that is truly just, you have to do it. It's man hours. Once again, this isn't really CAD. ZBrush isn't going to do a lot of stuff for you. And now, once again, like I said, you can use lazy mouse and it will do, see, it'll smooth your edges off for you. Because you can see the distance of the drag, so it gives you a little, you can see how my tip's moving, but my brush really isn't. That's what lazy mouse is doing. It's allowing you to have a little warble in your line before, it's not going to help you draw, a perfect circle. Because if you can't draw a circle, you can't draw a circle. Now, if you have a little chatter to your hand, you can see that it's removing a ton of that chatter. And that's what lazy mouse does. It's just getting used to that, That's why I can't use an Intuos, because I have to draw on my screen or I'm worthless, right? I need to see where my stylus is and draw. And yes, when you're using an Intuos, there is that disassociation. But lazy mouse isn't going to solve that. That's manual dexterity issues. Right? Does that make sense? I mean, you're just engraving, right? So do engraving plates. Practice your shapes. If you plan to do a lot of florals or flourishes, you damn well better get used to that shape, right? You know? And the other thing you may want to start practice is kind of doing that and then coming back here and slowly building up and trying to get your line right again. So look at this intersection right here, right? That's another really important thing, because I see a lot of people having lumpy edges because they can't go any farther. And so, you know, it just comes down to ending soft, come up here, start soft until you're at there, and then go. You know, practice this stuff, right? You know, like a lot of CAD users get used to the program doing the work for them, right? You know, it's doing your math, it's figuring out your curves. You type in a number and it makes it that thing. It really is a different mindset about making stuff. So you have to just be very conscientious about what you're doing, and you know, it is practice, right? And you know, once again here, when I talk about thinking of this in layers and not drawing, so now we put our layer in, and instantly, look, even at this soft level, I want that coming from behind that. Does that make sense? So even if it comes back here and it expands there, I'm still going to come over this last. So there's an implication of depth. So do you see what I'm saying about, even if we're at this very, very low level, it really is just practice, getting your brain to think, getting your brain to understand what's happening, right? It's like when we get in here, what's happening at the end here? Is this going up and under? Is this walling off? And so now I need to turn lazy mouse off because that's a crap solution. But, you know, so when I'm thinking about these forms, you can see that I've already delineated that this is going behind, right? And that gives me that form there. And this, right? I have my little lump right there. And so that's going to do that. So this is a cut inside, right? Now that can roll over that. So this is high. But do you see what I mean by I'm always thinking in layers, not drawing? So even in something that's this low, I have an idea of what my transitional surfaces are. Does that make sense? Right. Well, and that's also why I say buy the biggest Wacom you can afford, because it gives you room to move your hand around. If you just have a little 2-inch plate, I find that it, yeah. All right. So the order is engine, file Anne-Marie crit ring. Anne-Marie crit ring. All right. I'm sorry, so did you have any questions, or did anyone have any questions about Zoe's ring? All right, so, and you know what? I have absolutely no problems with you starting this. So this is a ring, correct? Yeah, no problem at all. And I hope your day gets better. So, right, there's no problem. This is almost like one of the little crown rings. So I can see that you just started with a round and you were just defining form, and then we can blow a hole in it and make it a ring. So if it's easier for you to conceive like this is a completely fine way to start. What's your radial count? 8. You couldn't load from the square size and keep any symmetry. What do you mean? So when you went into tools and came here, for ring size, you couldn't keep any symmetry? Like if you started here, you can't keep symmetry off this model? Right? So this is the block, the mandrel, and the ring. Is this what tool? Because these should be in the middle of the world, but even if they're not, W, go to the center of the ring, center of the world. Yeah, these are in the center of the world. Okay, well, doesn't matter. This is a perfectly fine place to start. Where'd we go? We're up here. So, we're fine. So, all right, you're definitely thinking in layers. I like it. So let's say for this line, right, you have 8 symmetry right now. I would go ahead and just crank this up to 100, and that will give you a very solid baseline, right? That way, when you have something that's straight, just kick your radial count up a little, and it allows you to come up with something that is smoother there. And then turn symmetry off, take trim front, tap that edge, get a bigger brush. Just tap the edge, and then you can trim that out. And now you have, a flat surface. And you can kind of do the same thing in here where you can start from here and dig some of this out, just so when you're looking at it, you're at least looking at sort of the heights. And this is where you can go back to turn symmetry on 8. Let's make that just a little smaller. Right? And kind of determine how you want these pieces to sit. And that'll give you a slightly more realistic profile about what's happening there, right? So now let's come in. I think that, layer-wise, I think you're definitely getting there, right? And once again, I think just some of this is just brush control. And then it seems really counterintuitive, but I tend to kind of flatten things out so I can get more dynamic curves, right? Because we're trying to dictate how things are reflecting. So turn this up a little, just so I'm a little bit more aggressive here. And then And now once again, you know, the line quality and stuff maybe isn't what you were looking for, right? You know, maybe you wanted things to be softer. Like these were rounder and stuff, but I want you to think about these as in how I'm laying out these layers, and you can see by just simplifying your surfaces a touch, we come to some very clear, concise edging tools, right? So the next thing you need to wrap your head around is how exactly is this depth-wise going to become a ring? So I'm assuming we're going to take this silhouette. If I'm wrong, tell me, but I think that's what you're heading for. It's almost like one of those crown rings. Right. And remember the order of how you sort of do things. So like if you notice I came in here with a fairly, hold on, let's make this sharp. Came in here and you notice I'm going on both sides. But now when I go over, I come over this way, I come over this way, and now I have a sharp edge there. You see what I mean? So the order in which you approach things helps you acquire good clean surfacing. Let's flip this. Let us unmask this. Go to our gizmo, turn symmetry off. W, center of our object, and now drag this back and in. And now this way you can take, I'm just going to use, let's go to this mandrel. Let's come back to your ring, append my mandrel. So your ring's super small. That's okay. There we go. And so now I'm just going to position it on the mandrel how I want it to wear. Right? And then new folder. Throw that up there. Make that negative. Boolean folder. And now you have your ring. And then I would come back in and knock these edges off, obviously. W, no, X. What was it? Z. And trim dynamic, because that knocks edges off the best. I tend towards, whoa. You can see that Boolean removed a lot of geometry from the inside. I tend to turn towards comfort fits. You can't do it that way. But does that make sense? And then your forms are pretty clear. I would still, because, hold on, let's go to 8. Okay, hold on. Mine had a block out but no mandrel. Yeah, maybe you loaded it off of something else. So they're in, well, I don't know where you put yours, but where I told people to put them is in tools. Name it My Jewelry Tools or something like that. And then it's labeled rings by size. And they should have everybody in it with the naming block, the mandrel, and the ring base. But I would still argue here that, you know, you have this nice clean, and I think this is a good place to start. I would still, once again, try to make this a wee bit more dimensional in the sense of having these not just be one layer, have them come in and be a more dramatic angle. And then that's going to give this a different feel. Right. And yeah, get your... And now we have a different edge here, and that gives you a slightly different facet on that form. Now you can come in here and smooth this out if you don't want these to be multiple lines, but thinking of those facets in that way. And then, you know, maybe make this sort of a, I'm just going to turn this up so we're moving material a little quicker. Right, where this has an edge going the other direction. Let me turn that down so we can actually start to give that shape. Oops, wrong button. And then let's say come in here. Make this rounder, sort of how you had it at the beginning. Make sure that's riding behind that edge. And then have this scooping out. And you can see by just changing the angles of these, that's become a much more dynamic surface, right? At this point, no, I wouldn't worry about thickness at all. I mean, you know, what is this? This is probably going to wind up being about 2 mil, 2.5 is my guess. Yeah, 2 mil. Right. And so, you know, this is fairly thin right now, but if you need to get something thicker, right, I would skip this note and okay. I would come over here just mask this inside. W, Y, W, center. And you can pull this out. And now it's 2.5, 3 millimeters. You see what I'm saying? And then you can knock those edges back and down. And then you have more of a comfort fit ring that has the depth you're looking for. Make the pieces good, then worry about the depths and stuff. Because in all reality, I would probably mask this off. Right. Oh, scheisse. Let's go back to our regular. All right, so mask that off. And then I would be moving these back so you also have slightly bigger linear steps back as well. Right. And that gives you a lot more dynamic surface, if that makes any sense. Yeah. You merge your Boolean, but you also copied the subtool and transformed it to a ball or another part. Did it become a printable part of the piece? Well, there was an old caliper program, but he stopped making it. No, that was a good plugin. It did some stuff that the transpose tool doesn't do. I mean, the thing is that what do you want the tool to do, right? And the other one did a nice thing where you tapped the surface and like you can tap a linear line and you can get a measurement off of that. And he made a really good plugin, but he stopped supporting it. So I don't know about its capacity to work with 2020. But, well, if I did, I don't know exactly what you're talking about. A bail or a ball? Okay, right. So we come here. And let's just say this is a pendant, right? So I'm going to come here. Turn symmetry off. And I went like this and made a bail, right? Well, if this is part of the model, right, not just a hole or a test, but that becomes part of the model, I would come here and remesh by union or Dynamesh or, right, so remesh, no, that's Dynamesh, sorry. Remesh by union. And so that, you see what I mean? It turns that into a shell. So if you are creating other shells, you have to merge them all into one shell before you go to printing. Yes, of course. If it is going to printing, and that's going to be part of the model. Now, if I did this, hold on. Right, I did this. and made a jump ring, right? And I did that because I wanted it for rendering, right? Then no, those obviously don't need to be joined because um, that is not um, that's not attached to the ring. Is that what you're asking? Kirk, I recommend you learn how to make basic block up. Stop worrying about plugins. So, Anne, does that make sense? Oh God, we're on Twitch again. Hold on, let me check my lag. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13. So 13-second lag. Okay. Yeah, of course. Well, I mean, you're going to, no matter what, you have to go through the final steps before we go to print. And we really haven't discussed those too much. I'm sure I've demoed them. A simple coin medallion block up, well, I mean, I would start there. Right? Now, the one thing I would do about this first, though, is I'd get this. Hold on, split mask. Let's hide that. Let's look at our geometry, right? It goes to a center point, right? So I'm going to get rid of that. All right, hold on. There we go. So the first thing I want to do is I am going to, like if I want a clean circle that I can sculpt on, I'm going to take this. If I want it to have sharp edges, I'm going to come in to Z Modeler. I'm going to go over my edge. I'm going to say crease. Crease edge loop complete. I'm going to hit that. And I'm going to hit that. And then I'm going to divide this a few times, okay? So now I have a nice sharp edge. So then I'm going to come down here, slide Z remesh all the way down to 0. I'm going to say keep creases and detect edge. And then I'm going to Z remesh. And what this is going to do is it shouldn't, see, it gives me a square in the middle instead of the round, and you see it gives me sort of sharp edges. Well, because I want this to be symmetrical, I'm going to turn X on. I'm going to turn, well, first of all, we need to turn symmetry off. We need to make sure we're in the center of the world. I don't know how because I just dragged it off. Next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to put X, Y, and Z symmetry on because I want this to be as symmetrical as possible. I'm going to say keep creases, detect edge, Z remesh. You can see how we got we're going to do it again, Z remesh. See how our creases got weird there? So we're going to undo this because I don't know why that did that. I'm going to erase creases, Z remesh, Z remesh, Z remesh. Now we're going to just take Z Modeler, drag that out. Oop, drag that out. I'm gonna just get those kind of in the right places, get those creases off. Z remesh. And now I'll divide this up. make it whatever my thickness is. You notice my edge is lumpy. I don't care because we can come in here. Now, sorry. Let's come back here. I will come in with Z Modeler and delete these side edge loops. Insert, delete these because I do not want those divisions there. I want my geometry on my faces. So now I'm going to divide. There we go. So now we're at a sculpting resolution. Shift. Gonna do this to, oh, we have to turn symmetry off real quick because we have too many things going on. We're going to make it whatever our thickness is. Turn on symmetry. And so that it, let me make sure that's the right direction. So we want to go Z radial symmetry 100, right? And now I'm just going to come in. I'm going to take trim front. I'm going to start over here and just slide it over. And that will make it a circle again. And you can see that we can still lose a little more. Just take it off. Right, and there you go. Now we have a perfect circle. Add our resolution. Take SK trim polish and kind of just clean that edge up, just in case you don't have it. Boom. There you go. Now you have a circle with subdivision levels, and it's a square. What's funny is don't get caught up in it. You can make a simple circle medallion from a square, right? I mean, here, let's append, or let me duplicate. Delete lower, W, turn symmetry off. Okay, this is double. We'll start at a cube, right? You know, you want a 10 millimeter pendant, okay? So now we take this, we just divide it. Take this and merge it down, right? I'm gonna just make it a little bigger. And I find that it's probably easier to go from the 45 at this point. Turn symmetry on, radial count R, right? So we're along the circle. Q, get rid of that. Trim front, just come across until we're there. Trim front. Now the thing you got to worry about trim front and 100 is the second you start going fast, it gets you these weird chatters. So you don't want, you can see how this isn't completely flush there. You can come here, use planar flatten, make your brush smaller, and start here, come out, and now we have, you can see it starts to chatter. Hold on. So you can see that in a lot of these, you get this chatter, right? And that's just because there is just so much input, and that's because the size of our brush is overlapping dramatically, and it starts to get a weird chatter. Just lower your rotational resolution, and you can creep up on it this way and creep up on it this way. And now, there you go. You have a disc. Now, to be fair, this disc has a lot of geometry on the edges here because I didn't remove the form, right? You know, there's not more geometry here than there is here. But all I'm saying is don't get caught up. Think of Legos, right? Just think of Legos. Keep your base geometry easy, simple, and clean. right? All right. So does that make sense? Do you have any questions about that? I mean, you did a great job. I like where you went. I just think you can, and I mean, obviously this got melodramatic when we started doing other stuff to it, but just once again, just think about how the scoops are transitioning, right? This is going this way, that's going that way, and that's flat. These will all reflect differently, and it'll give you, you know, it's a square, right? I mean, it started out as a square, it's a square. Cool. All right. So next is Jeff Spencer. Did you just upload? Those of you being a pain in my butt uploading late. I see how you are. No, because I have solo. I'm like, why in the hell isn't this? Okay. I mean, 9 millimeter wide for a woman's ring's a little fat. So that's one thing. I assume you're doing this so you can use it as a sizing difference or for a sizing opportunity. Is that why? I'm totally joking. I was just hassling him. No, you can upload whenever you want. 5:30 is a little annoying, I have to admit, but okay, so is Jeff here? Yeah, where you can get it off. And of course, the width may be something you need, of course. I'm just saying normally 9's pretty fat for a female. You made this nice and square here. Why do we have two different, what do I have showing here? Hold on. No, I want to be here. Why do I have two things? What is still visible? Oh, you have crap up here. Nope. Why do I have two surfaces there? Because they're both upper surfaces. I see. I want you to hide. We're going to go right here. And where's the bottom of my shank? Oh, you have the bottom of the shank up here. Okay. Okay. I think it's a good mechanism. the one thing I would say is, and I like your little snap there, I would probably still try to make these not quite so obvious a surface there. Right, you see, you can get it to be a nice clean edge without it having to be turn symmetry off. Right, just make it, see how this is intrinsic and then this is right, this came out flat and then you made that up to that flat. Just cut both those, just cut those both off. The other thing I would probably try to consider is instead of these being flush, right? See how those are, these are all square. I think I would probably try to make them either this way or the other way. But make them scoop a little where one is actually going to the inside of the other, because what that's going to do is it's going to prevent these gaps. See how you have this air gap here? If these are intertwining in one format or another, whether it's a half round, or, I mean, even a steeper angle, I think you're going to be better off. And it'll also kind of help prevent the massive meat buildup that gaps get, you know, from wearing them a long time. So I would at least try to make these things rounds instead of flats, if that makes sense. Yeah, I can see where you would do it at the bench, but I mean, there's just no point in grinding off, you know, that much. It's easier just to do it here, I think. All right. I think your forms are okay. I think, once again, I would probably try to carry, hold on. I would try to carry this at least into the design somehow. You know, often you're just better off embracing the fact that you have something going on instead of trying to just turn it into a line. You know, maybe make that a form that you can then, you know, play with. Because often on stuff like this, I find it's just easier to embrace the fact that there are seams instead of trying to hide them. And in doing so, often you can hide them behind themselves, right? You know, where that comes in front or goes behind, or, you know. Oh, I have this cranked up, that's why. And yet again, just I think you're getting real damn close there. I would just figure out how you can, get this intersection to be contrived, right? Where it is, oops, wrong direction. Right, don't just make it a simple flange. Incorporate it into something that, that looks like it's intentional, I guess is all I'm saying. You could work an uneven cup or, something in there where these intersections become much more interesting, not just flat, flat, flat. And also, I can only imagine you're not charging $50 for this ring, which means any of those big gaping air holes, if you can see through it, it just seems like it's unfinished. It seems cheap, right? So be careful there. Also, remember that you can, especially on these things that are sliding in or out, you can break them up. Where that becomes, you see what I mean? You can break those lines up so they look like they're design elements, not just, the flip over clasp. Does that make sense? Because just having these holes that go all the way through, it just reads cheap. It just, you get where if you can incorporate all of them into a design, it looks better. And I mean, that's obviously not your answer, but I think that gives you an idea of what I mean by develop a vocabulary that's hiding your joints. But no, I mean, I would say, your surfaces that still have some lump to them. So just, get in there and just try to make sure that you have clean surfaces and give them a reason. Because even in simplicity, intention's a big deal, right? And just by claiming your surfaces, right, you're like, well, no, I made a decision that this is going to be around this, and this is going to be wider than that. Just giving some sort of inclination so it looks like you made a decision about these surfaces. They didn't just kind of develop. It makes for a stronger design. Does that make sense? And don't leave lumps like I did. But you can see by putting a plane there, it actually makes this edge brighter, which kind of points in towards the stone. And, this doesn't necessarily need to be dramatic, but it's just the changing of the direction of these angles gives you like a slightly more graphic when you're coming into, right? See, these bright lines will point into the stone. Hold on, let's get something in there, right? They just become more dynamic surfaces, and you can see, like, this is scoop light, this is dark. It gives you this really nice draw to the center focal point. No, I think you're doing well. I just want to see this smooth. I want this intersection to be smooth. And then almost as if you're using a cutter, right? And then you're sculpting this in, and then it kind of comes away and it's more incorporated. Well, you can use round surfaces. These can work themselves into round surfaces at some point. If you don't want an edge there, just smoothing that surface out is fine. But you can see, because we thought of it and we laid it down in planes before I knocked that edge off, you're still getting these really nice reflective divisions, even though it doesn't have a hard edge, And if you want something to look very linear and flat, coming in with round surfaces will do that. Hold on, let me use inflate, and we'll stronger. Because let's say we want this to separate from that, right? In a half round, you get a dynamic surface from a lot of directions, but you've also flattened your surface because they're all basically at the same level, right? You can see that this actually is not a dynamic surface. It's a linear surface from lots of directions. Hold on, let's go to gold. I think it has. Right, but you see it's still reflecting as one surface, right? These is your reflection. Dark all the way up, light all the way up. Where here, you're getting these transitions, right? This is dark to light, to dark, right? So this becomes a dramatic reflection. And if you want something that's going to read bright from lots of different directions, the half rounds work good. And you can see they're very good for setting off another surface. But if you just come in, and let's take our inflate, and just make everything half rounds, you just create this dark light, dark light, dark light, and it doesn't read. Okay, this is a pretty good transition here because we're going two different directions. Right, you get a high, but that's that flat plane actually in there that's making that dramatic. These just these will wind up just looking like, you see what I mean? They're not, they just look flat and there's no interest, and it just looks like it's drawn on, as opposed to that, which is a much lower surface, but it's a much more complex surface. Does that make any sense? I mean, like, I can come out here and make this edge round because we want a nice round exciting edge, but I'm going to come back in here and make it transitional, right? Because those surfaces read better. Because you're dealing with this as this big, when we're all up in here and we're looking at it and you're like, oh yeah, that's great. But, if this is just these two lines, when we get back here, they just look like little lumpy lines. There's no, now here we're using the half rounds as a surface, as a separation surface, so that works. But you see what I mean? Back here, it just looks like bright line and bright line. It doesn't look like a sculptural surface. It looks like a bunch of half rounds. Does everyone kind of grasp that? Because once again, let's get back down here. Now, as this moves, you have a lot of surface character going on there. All right. So everybody give me a break. I need to wobble to the restroom and pee. I'll be right back. Oh, yeah. Oh yeah. Okay. Holy hell. Walking is a pain in the arse today. What did you hear? I just walked out the door. Okay. What did you think you heard? Me grunting as I was leaving the room? All right. Me cussing and screaming as I'm trying to walk across the room. Fucking oh, motherfucker. All right. Yeah, so just something to think about as you're blocking, right? This is what I was just futzing around with for this opal. So as I was starting to block up, you can see that I'm just thinking about the forms and layers, right? I'm trying to figure out, okay, well, I want something to go in here. And you can see even as this is soft, you can really start to dictate where my layers are going, right? It's very over, under. My silhouette sucks because I don't have any, right? This is what I was working on the other day, Monday, as we were closing out. And so my side silhouette sucks, and I think there needs to be another layer in here. And so I quit. But you can start to see how I'm thinking about it in 3 dimensions first. And that's what, when you start to wrap your head around this block up, get your idea of your dimensionality first, and then you're going back and decorating the surfaces. Okay. So, are we okay? Jeff, did all of that make sense? Or did any of that make sense? All right, so we have Diana, frame, boop. So you're trying the old medieval sheet of thin fabric over the skull feel? Is that what we were doing here? You did a pretty damn good job, honestly. I just think, are you here? Is Diana here? Well, it's not only a good exercise, it's a very sadistic exercise on your part, because this is one of the hardest things to accomplish well. Now, is that geometry stretching, or did you put that in intentionally? It's geometry stretching. Okay. So, as you'll notice in your block up here, right? You have a lot more, I mean, like 4 or 5 times more geometry going this way than this way. Yeah. No, I think some of your problem is that you're getting a linear stretch in your geometry in this direction because you have 1/5 the geometry and you pulled this out. So where you need the most geometry, you're actually lacking it. Yeah, you did a good job of ignoring it and just going about it. But that's where a lot of the sculpting issues are happening, because you're fighting your geometry, right? Because as you can see, as you're doing this stuff in here, you're getting this natural tension in your fabric going this way, right? Because you just don't have the geometry this way to support it. So you're getting strings of geometry going up and down. Well, what's funny is I don't know exactly how you block this up, because as we go down here, right? Is this the block up here? Remember how I said think about equality? If you'll notice, the problem is that once again, you have, let's just take this front edge, right? You have 1, 2 divisions. And in the same distance going this way, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 divisions. So, and you've pushed one surface below the other, but that happened later on. See, these two surfaces are infringing on one another. But that didn't happen in the block up. So let me show you how I would block this up. Where you're here. Right, so this is the disadvantage, right? You already have this block up, but knowing that you're going to have knowing that you're pulling this out, I would have come into Z Modeler, eliminated that. I would have come in and added, hold on. I probably would have added that much geometry. Because as you can see, we're a little closer to squares here. This is going to load up our bottom a little more, but I'm not going to stress too much about it. And hold on, let me get this kind of here. We are going to tap the surface. There we go. So that's masked. And I am now going to turn Gizmo off, and I'm just going to turn transparency on. Actually, I'm going to turn Gizmo back on. And I'm just going to stretch that up to there. And now what I'm going to do is mask that, X, Z, come here and just rotate that out some, mask that edge off, and I'm going to come and rotate that edge off. I'm going to shrink it back some. And oops. And I might have thought about this a little more, as I did this, but as you can see by thinking of it that way, we now have 1, 2, 3, 4. We have twice as much geometry up there in the face than we did when you were done, right? Now, this is where you could feasibly come in and do what you did and sort of do an edge loop in there. But even here, let's mask that off and taper this down. Symmetry off, center, W, nope, turn symmetry off, boom, taper. And I'm going to change that. And we are going to change that. All right, close enough, right? Now I will come in, I will add one in here. And we are loading a little bit more geometry, but that's going to allow me to now come in. We're going to divide this up. Right, and here, let's make your guy, nope, that's your guy. High res, high res, high res, high res, high res, high res, high res. Okay. I'm just going to move this to where we're close to your model. Oh. Turn X symmetry on so we're at least what did it? Oh, I see. I'm just a big old dummy. Boom, boom, boom. Kind of get you where we need to get you. Right? And now I'm going to do what I tell you all never to do, and that is I'm going to crank up my projection distance just because I want this to be fast. You can do it. Oh yeah, no, why that came out super lumpy is because I did a big pool without symmetry turned on, and it dragged way out of its own loop, sadly. Okay. I just noticed your question about molds, and so when I did my rings, I just did full sizes and I ground out. But I had a lot of meat in mine. It's a little trickier with wedding bands since a lot of the wedding bands are very petite along the bottom edges. Sometimes it's a little more difficult to grind out a half size on wedding bands. Okay, so here we go. Now you'll notice I'm going to come back and just smooth this out a touch. Not to get rid of the detail, but just so you can see that a lot of this stretching came from the geometry. Now here's a brush tip. For cloth, I tend to use SK cloth because it has gravity set on it. I don't know if you we've talked about gravity a little, but gravity is a artificial gravity applied to a brush. And so as you come around, let's say, you can see how the curve kind of has some weight to it. And I know that yours is not symmetrical. And see how that's a half round. Whoa. And you can kind of press harder. And you can see that his gravity is actually reverse gravity. The gravity on his brush is pointed up, right? So right here is where gravity is. Let's turn this down. Come on, roll over. I just want, yeah, that's what I thought. We're going to take my standard brush. I'm not going to change his settings. And I have gravity pointing down right now. And I'm just going to make gravity strength very big so you can see what I'm talking about. And so now, and it is to the world. So if you rotate your model, the gravity goes with the world, not the model. So let's say you're coming here. You're going down. Hold on, let me get lazy mouse turned on. Oh, getting, just forget it. I don't know. I use Lazy Nazumi's lazy mouse, so I don't have to change the settings of my brushes. Oh, I have to turn it on. Okay, so the nice thing about gravity, I have my gravity turned cranking up so you can see what's happening. And so you can see up here, see how it's kind of cutting in, but down here it's hanging over. Does that make sense? Because that is on the outside of the edge, and that's on the, let me explain this a little cleaner. So gravity is pointing straight down, right? This gravity is pointing straight down. So you can see that I drew the line, right? And the gravity is pointing straight down. And here, the gravity is pointing straight down. So you get the lip there, but you can see here, you get the lip on the inside. So it's relative to the surface and the world. And that's why if I'm really doing cloth, I will tend to see how I can point this out towards us. So now the gravity is coming out away from my surfaces usually. So now I'm going to get this, and let's turn this down a little so we can do some big soft strokes. Right? Let me divide this again so we just have a little bit more geometry playing with this. Soft, fat, soft. Now, once again, this is very dramatic, and that's why this is not soft, right? I can turn this down, and it's a much... But do you see how the stroke has gravity to it? It's not just a half round, it's falling. You can see the gravity is much stronger here because it's a straighter line. There's a little gravity, and now we can just creep it down. But you can see how there's a direction to that curve. So when you're doing cloth, gravity is a really nice feature. And so as you can see, if we come here, turn our intensity down, we can get that edge, make this big, turn our Z intensity down. You can see how it adds a general weight to it. Make it smaller. And then intensity up a little. And I'm obviously being a little melodramatic here, right? But do you see how it has weight to it? So I think that you might want to look at playing with the gravity. Does that make sense? Obviously, I'm being melodramatic. So when you're doing some of this fabric stuff, it'll just give you a little bit of weight to your fabric. And then when you come in, and alt goes the opposite direction, obviously. So when you come in and you get these nice like Y intersection transitions, they have weight to them, right? And then clay fill, you can come back in and once again soften these up some, but they still have weight on the edges, right? And you can see how you can get that ripply fabric thing going pretty quick. Right. Does that make sense?
First off, you know I like Chicago, right? Can you hear me? I said first off, you know I like Chicago, right?
As opposed to just Ewing. So I'd say the next time you try this, do that, and it'll apply it onto your hard surface. I think you did a damn good job. And I think, you know, you're sorry, let me get rid of my garbage in here.
I wish it was taken more seriously, which would then lead to more business achievements. That's what you were getting at.
Come on. We'll hop back there. But also you can see that by my dividing this up, I was whoa, okay, maybe that was a little too far.
Yeah, but
right. By just paying a little bit more attention to your divisions there, it allowed me to get to where I'm not getting this surface tessellation that you're getting, which is forcing the directionality of the curves, excuse me, to be this way when you have the rhythm of the fabric going this way. So, you know, once again, the block up, just think about how even you can get it, right? So when we came here, lower res. Right, you can see that you only have two facets on this front. So that you're going to have a harder time. But it looks great. I would just say, you know, all of this subtlety here, I think so much of this can be resolved with the gravity. And you can see that you can get to that pretty quick, and it has weight. Um, on things like this, which are hard corners, make sure that it is actually going over and under as you say it is, right? You know, that is actually going under that surface. And that might be, you know, that might be folding under itself here, over itself there. But when they cross or twist, make sure that you are getting, right? Because that probably is a, you know, a weighted curve going over. Probably a base weighted curve going that way, right? And just having that extra little oomph on these things. Once again, make sure what's going over is going over. Make sure what's going under is coming under. Right? And you can see how gravity works pretty well with this stuff too. Right? Does that make sense? Because, I mean, it's good. It's just here you kind of cut back, right? Because if we think about this, this is probably not cutting into the skull, right? So this area you squished in, and that area you squished in a little. So you need it, this to be above that surface, right? Just make sure if it is going over, that it is going over. You're not just caving everything in under it, right? Well, I would probably still try to make this more like a comfort, where it's high in the middle and it works its way out to this stuff. And then, I mean, obviously I'm not taking ring size into consideration at this moment, but if it's high in the center and then comes out to this stuff, it's basically lifting this stuff away from the finger. And here, instead of being super sculptural on the inside of the ring, this is where drawing on the ring actually kind of works, right? Because I'm going to take these in. Those are our two things, and then I'm going to bring that out. But I'm going to keep this stuff in here really flat. And if I did want to really kick this up, we can take the SK twist and just do, you know, where this stuff in here is super flat, right? But you can kind of have the same detail. You just want it to be really kind of flat. Right? So you don't want this stuff melodramatic on the inside. So does that make sense? That's not going to bother your finger because the main weight of your is up here, you know, and this is climbing away from the contact of the finger. So it can get more dramatic out here as long as it's nice and sort of drawn on the inside, right? So even if you just take this and you go and just soften one edge. See, that's drawn on detail. But on the inside of the ring, that's okay because you're really just implying it on the inside of the ring, especially on the bands or the shanks. You know, you don't want a lot of surface transition down here that could be problematic. But you can see how this is super sculptural. Oops, back face masking is important. You know, where these are super sculptural and really deep, and as it comes around, we're drawing that detail on. But this is still going to act as one surface. So it's doing exactly what we want it to do, right? It's not treating the surface sculpturally. It's treating it graphically. So you're telling the story inside, but you're not feeling the story inside. Right? Does that make sense?
Well, that's not every Oh, really? I thought your
What is a UE5?
June is your July 21st because you weren't there for 6 months.
I don't know what UE5 is. Sorry. So I think that, you know, in a lot of ways, but see what you have right here? Do you see a problem here? You sculpted this. See, let's look. See that right there? So if I turn double on, you have this big lump right here. And that is because you sculpted, you pushed this back past this surface. So be careful. Do you see that there? When you push this, somehow you push that through the surface. You know what? I've never even opened Unreal Engine. I have no idea. I know that tons of people use it for Unreal Engine. I know nothing about gaming assets or anything. I am primarily working in physical assets for manufacturing is what I do. So I'm sorry I don't know anything about Unreal Engine. I do know that lots of people use it. I mean, I do know people who use Unreal Engine who use ZBrush, but yeah. So you can just smooth that back in. And then if you had your detail, just turn this back on. No, hold on. High res, zoop. Control, tap that rascal. Make that your history state. Come back here and history, and we can just brush that back to that state. And that shouldn't bring. You see what I did? High res, high res, high res. Back face masking is important, and we will bring this in. And you're transferring your detail and not your motherfucker. Oh, I'm like, that shouldn't be there. But that's because I didn't backface mask. Oh, I didn't backface mask on this either. This is going to suck all this back up. Oh, ta-da, right, ta-da, dork. Backface masking is important. History. Meow. right? And so that fixes that dent. But you have to be careful when you push one surface through the other surface. You might not notice it, but you're doing it. Now this looks great. Looking good. Just play with some gravity in your brushes and I think you'll be happier. Yeah, exactly. You just carve the inside through the other surface. Do you have any questions? I think we went over kind of, make sure that you're not digging under, make sure your surfaces are there, because this being a twisted surface, right, make sure that this surface is, once again, I'm doing big flat surfaces, right, but make sure this surface is its surface, this is a surface, right, and that they're making sense as because if you're pinching these, you're going to have a crossover pinch in here somewhere, right? Well, I guess you could get away with it there, and that crossover pinch just becomes a real hard edge right there. But at some point, this is going under that surface, right? This is this surface, and you're kind of pulling it hard across the forehead, and then this is pinching in. So you're going to need a buckle here somewhere. I mean, it can drop back into here, of course, but this fold is happening, right? So somewhere you need one of those folds, if that makes any sense. Looks good though. Good going. Looking good. Well, the SK brush, once again, really is just, man, look at me and my no backface masking. Goodness gracious. Well, whatever. So if you are coming in, right, and you're determining your surfaces, right? You're like, okay, I'm going to do that. Right? You're like, okay, so SK trim literally, or the SK twist literally is just, you just need to pick the directionality, right? And it can go both directions. It's just getting that nice clean roll in, right? And like I said, those little pinch intersections, that's kind of what I'm talking about, where you get, there comes a point where it's going behind the other one, and that becomes a high point. Oops, wrong brush. So the SK twist will just separate your surfaces a touch, right? All right. Anybody have any questions about anything we just talked about there? Sorry, I mangled your your model. Sarah? Dun, 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 dun. All right. Of course. Other group. Let's look at our little groover here. Okay. I like it. I think you did a very good incorporation of the florals into the thing. I would punch it just a little bit more on these edges because they're getting pretty tiny, but you're damn close. Right. Just give me a little more separation on these. Oh yeah, yeah. There we go. Okay. So I think that, like I said, give me a wee bit more separation here. And I'm not looking for much, just a little bit more. And that's going to read better at the end of the day. It's going to hold up better. And that comes back down to these guys as well. This is where I take slash often and just make it very tiny because these should be separated surfaces, right? Boom, 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 boom. And press deep on some, not the others, and it gives you a little separation of this stuff. And it allows things to, like, you know, you can make that go under and over or whatever. But get a little bit more separation in your grapes or lumpy pestle, whatever it is. But still try to keep, you know, with some sort of level there, right? So you can do a little bit of both. Right? Just to punch that out. This leaf transition's a little muddy, right? right, just make this, I would probably take that and actually dive it under, just so there's a real transition there, just not so they just get and kind of blend together. Make them transition. And see, that sharper edge gives us a little bit more of something going on there. And also I'd probably punch the round of this so we have, so you're pushing the vein of the leaf a little better. So think about your silhouette, right? See how now we have, now the silhouette looks like not just a, that's diving behind that, and that is your normal silhouette. And I think I would probably pull this transition down here, just so from the image, see everything blended together all at the same height at this transition. So I think by taking this down back here, whoa, scheisse lieber. The slash is a little bit more aggressive in its separation. It produces basically 2 half rounds. Excuse me. So carve gives you a flat bottom, right, where slash gives you 2 big half rounds, right? So if you're just trying to quickly separate surfaces, right here you can see that I'm making these. Now these, no, I'm removing the layer effect of this by doing this, right? But I'm just giving you an idea of what I mean. You can see how that's actually punching those better because it's giving everyone a half round. So it's creating it looking like discs or globes sitting next to one another. Now, by doing this, I've also completely flattened this out and made it a slightly more boring surface. But, you know, when we get back here, those are very segregated. And that's why I was saying, make sure you keep some of your depth and level differences where you're only going around the front ones and then you're punching the other ones back and under. But you see here how you, God damn it, you lose this, what's going on here because you're trying to get them all the merge right there. Break it up and get it, you know, to transition at different levels here. And I think that you're going to wind up a little happier with this transition. You see how that becomes a much more dynamic intersection. Oops, I accidentally just drew on all our surfaces here. I think that you can probably get a little bit of lump out of these. SK trim. I know I kind of muffed that up, but see how you have lumpage here? I think we can get rid of that by relaxing it and then SK trimming it. Obviously, clean up these edges some. You can use pinch to help clean up your outside edges as long as you have a soft hand with it. Don't just boom, you know. Mm. Mm. Still a big ass lump right there. Right. And then the only other thing we have going on here is this transition here is a little weird for me. And get this is sort of the edge of this leaf, I'm assuming. Or the stem of whatever is going on here. Okay. Do I think there's enough geometry? You mean on this surface here? Yeah, there's plenty of geo here. I mean, you know, there's nothing I can't particularly do. I think if this is this plane, isn't it? So here, let us just real quick ditch this. And make sure that our planes actually are working together. Right? And then I'm assuming this is kind of coming out of that. So, make sure this intersection makes sense as to whatever's happening here before you go over it. And then whatever that is, well, sorry. That is your vein thing coming into your leaf. Oops. Just make sure that it is on top of the back surfaces, whatever those are. Right, so we don't lose, you kind of have this fold here, and that's diving in somewhere, and it's diving under this, but why? I want to know what happens here. This transition's a little weird. Okay. And the only other thing I see is this is kind of a flower. I just think that you can just very quickly, first of all, you can see with just one swipe of clay tubes, these are now sitting above that back surface, right? So you're getting a little bit of surface separation there. And you can see it's subtle, but that's sitting above that, where this is blending into those lines. So this doesn't look finished, where, this is really pushing the fact that we are up off that surface. Does that make sense? And obviously I'm being melodramatic here, but up here that's a little more. And then I think that this little flower thing, it looks like it wants to be a leaf motif where this is the point, right? I could be wrong, but this is what I'm kind of seeing, where you have your leaf and then these are kind of the points. Right. So whatever's happening here, it's muddy. So I would just make sure that whatever you have going on here is making sense. Does that make sense?
would be the limit point where they would just get called of like some security details to capture your back. Okay.
And you have this going on as the background.
Okay. And the only
I think I'd like to see.
car make and model, the appearance of Brian
It as the entire layers background.
like they wouldn't do any more research on that. Okay.
Right, so that is a separate object.
Okay.
Other than those few things, I think you're definitely getting there. That's a nice form. I assume you tested to see if the links together rotate on one another. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Perfect. So let's go with the scenario that we're going with Brian. So, so GSOC, they start.
Assume you did a test where if it pops,
So we're fairly
everything has the freedom of movement to cover the movement. All right. Yeah, I just think those little touch-ups, a little bit more. You know, and it's funny where this is in your bracelet. I think that could be stronger, right? Because really that becomes a big focal point. This. So I'd make that much cleaner, much tighter. A little more bold. Because that's really the head of each link, right? That's what you're looking at. That's the point that everything's pointing to, if that makes any sense. So that's weak for being the major focal point of your form. And then I would probably since we know, everybody calm down. Since we know that this has now become the focal point, I'd probably come in here and punch these edges. So this is now kind of really directing my eye all the way through it. Right. And make this bolder somehow, where where when you do it, it really becomes about this spot right here. Does that make sense? I like them. I think the links together are lovely. I mean, I think it's nice. I just think that your center means what everything's pointing to, which is this, I think is weak. It'd be even better if, maybe you actually simplify this. Simplify this so this kind of follows into this shape. Right, and that becomes right where these become, something referential of some sort or another.
Would you like to be aware that there's a possible case coming down the road towards you? Like it hasn't gotten to that point yet.
Just where these things are.
What is a residential? I've never heard of it before. So can you describe that a little further?
If that makes any sense. So this way you're taking the center of the focus and actually throwing it back up in here, where this leaf now becomes the center of the focus as opposed to that spot right there. Does that make sense? And then once again, this is someplace where you could take this and actually make these interact a little more. And once again, you're turning this into the focus, not this centerpiece here. Yeah? Because do you see, right now the leaf is the centerpiece because we've removed the focus from that. But if we go back up to your links, right, the leaf doesn't end, so we come in here and really what we have is this arrow pointing right at this little anemic flower, right? But if we resolve that, close this off, it's now actually pointing to the leaf instead of pointing it to the butt. Yeah. Great. Hinges look good. The cutter looks good. Obviously when you cast, you'll bend that up, right? You don't leave it down. When you're ready to cast, you're going to pull that up. Oh, my camera's not on. I keep making hand gestures, and you all can't see them. All right. Do you have any questions about this one, or are we going to Mikey's file? What's my lag? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 29, 30. Oh shit, we have another just epic lag, don't we? That's frustrating. Well, the clasp is looking clumpy because it... Hold on. Do we have something else on here? Well, the clasp looks clunky because it is. 2, you're not going to put the button of the clasp on the bottom side, right? Because that means you're going to have to dig up under your clasps to do it. I think that if you take, let's say, this guy, I think this is kind of a better direction. And I would probably make this whole thing the button, right? So from the side, what you have is, you don't need all this garbage down here. So from the side, what you have is your base plate, your bent spring, right? And then that has a little notch, whatever there. And then it incorporates all that thickness there and then down. And that way you're just pressing down on that leaf and hide it in there a little bit more. And then, you know, you're just going to have your box. Yeah. And once again, I don't think you need it. Yeah, right, because once again, if we simplify this to where this becomes the leaf, right? You know, if you look here, look at how much lower that is than the plate, right? So I think you could trim this in to be less clunky, right? It's just by how you're setting up your thing. But you do notice that this will never work as a clasp because these pieces keying as a hinge, but you do not have a clear path to open and close, right? So this is where you can take, if you're being clever and you want it to read right, remember this isn't going to be a hinge. And so what you can do is you can take, right, you can cut your piece at a different place so it will be able to go in and out. Does that make sense? And that way you're not dealing with any of this crap here. And then you have just a nice area where you can get your plate in and it's clean. It's a clean intersection. Right, and then you just make this whole thing, you know, make that your button. So I think just taking them back down to the regular thickness and then just figure out how you're dividing it up right. And that's going to prevent that from having to become such a massive beast of a box. Well, no, because it's that much more dramatically taller than, you know, if these are the thickness of your pieces, you're going to have to get into the thickness of that piece, right? And you're going to just have to figure it out. But what I'm saying is that you take it and you're actually cutting your link flatter and up in here, you can get your, you can get your button and stuff sort of there, and you can get your box in to the fatter part of the thing. But no, you don't want it to be that much bigger. I mean, you can probably get a little height out of this, but I think that if you, like I said, cut your piece at a different place, where your intersection is here at the fattest point, right? And so now you're combining the thicknesses of those two pieces. Wherever that happens, I think you just need to think of the widest part there where you can get away with the thickness, right? Because you can see if you join those two right there, all of a sudden you have this nice high thick spot that you can fill in. And you're just cutting this at a slightly different area. But you're going to want to stay with these links and just take two of them and combine them differently and see where you can build up your box. Because this intersection just makes sense for the box, right? So you might slide it up. So that's the button. And your box is in that high point. Oh, they have tiny, tiny, tiny box clamps. I mean, they do this, they're 5mm ones. I mean, some of this stuff is small. Well, this is, right, hold on. This is way too big. You don't need that much meat. Right? And what you can do is just change the shape of the link to, right, where this isn't so massive, right? But you can raise this up a little and then just make sure that because you're cutting it, let's say right here, all of this can kind of become the same height on that combination of the two, right? And then you don't need all this crap because you're filling in like some of these areas to make the clasp work. Does that make sense? Mikey's. I think we have like a 30-second health show here, so if that didn't answer the question, yeah, just change the profile up away from the body, not down. And I think that if you do that transition in that low point intersection, you just make that fatter up here, you're getting a ton more thickness out of your part without actually making, a bestial thick part. Oh, Jesus. My fucking knee is off. All right. Why would you have doubt about the cutters? I mean, they were cutting, you just didn't open them up. I mean, the cutter looks fine. No, it's not, because you cut your peg off there. You didn't cut this as a whole all the way through. Where's your cutter? See, that's fine. But what you didn't do, let's go away. What you didn't do is this, right? Because right now, you see what I'm saying? You've cut your peg off. That pen wants to go all the way through, right? So you need it to cut that hole out and union. So is that what that? Nope. So let's just real quick do this. So the problem with your cutter was you cut your pen off. Does that make sense? So we come in here. We start. I'm going to drag these down here real quick. Ba-boom, 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 ba-boom. Start. Negative. Boolean folder. What the hell? Why is this taking so long? I don't know why this geometry is weird. It's not even letting me escape. Why is my machine chugging out right now? It's not good. I don't know why you are struggling. Okay. So basically, I'm not going to do it. This needs to be a hole all the way through, right? So when you cut this. Right, this piece has the hole in it. And then this piece.
So if you had a notification, hypothetically,
Has the peg in it. Does that make sense? And what you did, since you didn't cut the hole out of this, this cuts the peg off, so the peg is just floating. So that's the problem. You cut your peg off so it's floating. So this needs to be booleaned out so you have a hole. So this stays as one solid piece. Okay. Mikeys.
So then we would send out. Yep.
You're getting there. And you're coming all the way around the edges. I just think that I'd still like to see
I know the visitors, just like the visitors, like when people come, they have a light version of their profile. If you show them their name, small
I just
photo,
think even if you just did that, where you just get
visitors,
a little bit more of a crown in there.
that you can do something similar to that.
Right, where it's just not flat, where you have some dimensionality into it. I think that right. No, it doesn't suck. I just think that once again, when we're conceiving these parts, try to think of them as much more dimensional objects, right? Just by pulling that center up, I've given us a more interesting silhouette, right? Hold on, let's grab this. I mean, it by no means sucks. By pulling that up, we now have to, nope. God damn it. Oh, I'm going to poke you in the damn eye. Not you, my keyboard.
Okay. Okay, so I kind of jumped off that we're like the email sent, and then that information shared throughout the team. So
But see how that becomes much more presentational? Because this is all going to reflect differently. Sorry, let me duplicate this real quick.
wide mobile and
Take you back to the beginning.
so just to be clear, like
Okay, so let's look at this real quick.
so once the goal is generated,
No. Right? From right there, it's a flat object, right? It's reflecting as a flat object. Where here, we get dark shadows on one half. It starts to reflect as a half round. You just have much more dynamic surfacing. That's not the right one. That's the better one. Right? As we twist, that's dark, this is light. It just gives you a little bit more form and function. So let's duplicate this and hide this real quick. And let's go back to blue so I can see what we're doing. Just remember that we have a sculpture program here, right? So let's think of things dimensionally. It doesn't take much work to When do I keep turning my back face masking off? I do not understand.
When we talk about threat profile, do you also use threat tracker or anything? So, so what is this for? So, going through all that, so perspective is used for both SRP, perspective, threat profile, possibly threat
Let me
tracker.
turn that back on. Transparency.
For the vendors, is that like a phone call or how are they notified? Email? Is there a vendor tool that we use? Like a vendor request tool?
So
Or not really matters on
that
data
comes under here. That's going under there.
background based on also location.
This is crisscrossing. That's going under there. This is coming up. Something's happening there. Whatever. So
Okay, so cool. That makes sense.
right, and so now I know that I don't have my crisscrosses right here, but
Yeah, so anything that you feel like we skipped over, you'd like
you
to
can see that very quickly.
also like what we can change in the process today, like with like how you work with perspective and make it better. We talked about mobile. I picked up a few other things they might be good at.
Right now,
Anything you're like,
this has dimensionality. It has like these planes. When they crisscross, they can have edges, so they're not just. They can actually go over and under one another. So does that make sense as opposed to that? But the elevation of the piece are the layers, right? Does that make sense? Right, you have all of these depths right here. Boom, kick them up and make them depths. Make it interesting. Give it form. Have it moving. I have cast, where I used a stone, but it was part of the print. I've done that before. I mean, as long as it's not done cheaply, it looks interesting. It can be done very well and look nice. So, yeah, no, don't be scared to try things like that for sure. But and this is everyone. Does this kind of make sense? And this is what I mean. Think sculpturally, right? You're getting there. I mean, you're now starting to wrap your head around this, but you're still just kind of drawing on the surface, right? You're doing sculptural drawings, but this is still, look, your silhouette. You just raised this up because you knew you had this set of stone there. Actually, and I think I might have raised that honestly. Or are we all the way back to the bot? Yeah, hold on. Let's go all the way back. Yeah, I mean, I did raise that. If you notice, at least you're sculpting around the edges, right? That's good. And you're thinking in layers, you know, but you're still not understanding what I'm saying about compose sculpturally, not as an illustration. And, you know, just get it up there, start jamming different layers in. And, you know, if you're worried about height, you know, or thickness, you can always, you can always. Do I have something else showing there? Oh, no, I'm not pressing. Oh, I'm on planar. That's why. I'm like, what in the hell? You know, you can always remove weight by doing something like that. Right? But get in there and, you know, make some damn surfaces. But, I mean, you know, you're on the right track. You know, it's an interesting form. Now, I will say the only thing about the form that I don't like is that every single one of these is the same size. And that's why I kind of mean, here's another thing I mean by drawing on, is you sort of have the thickness of your pencil, right? And everything is the thickness of that pencil. It's not, you're not changing form, where if you're doing sculpture, you can get it all blocked in, but then you can do, you know, you can get these forms that are changing thickness. And, right, you know, that completely changes how these surfaces are being read. Right? And that becomes far more interesting than everything just being, right, thin to thick, thick to thin, thin to thick, thick to thin. Right? You're changing your forms and surfaces so there's motion, where this is all the same thing. And down here, because once again, these are kind of half rounds, right? If you had just done that, right? Look at how much more over and under that is just by actually making them over and under, right? Right? But everybody, this is what I mean by think sculpturally, not as if it were an illustration. But I mean, the forms and stuff are interesting. I just think you need to, once again, kind of pull yourself out of it and start getting a little bit more dimensional in the conception phase. Right? But I mean, you know, it's nice. It looks good. You know, you have good resolution. You know, you have things that are happening. I just think you need to conceive of the part more dimensionally. All right. because your shapes are good. Just give me some surface dynamics.
Very good.
Oh my God. Tomorrow I'm going to the doctor. I'm not going to be able to get into the clinic tonight. Okay. Of course. Well, I mean, yeah, but chances are that box is going to be fine. I mean, you know, people put the safeties on very expensive bracelets that have stones in them, right? Because if you drop a tennis bracelet that has a stone in it, there's a very good chance you'll start to blow up stones. But on yours, I mean, it's primarily metal. If it does fall off, it's not going to break anything. So I wouldn't worry too much about that. I am in Seattle, but right now I'm house sitting down in Winlock, so it's about 2 hours south of Seattle. And where I'm working from right now is the Chehalis Co-work. So technically I'm in Chehalis at the moment. Okay, so Lloyd. To Nicholas as well. I don't think I had you. Okay, Lloyd. Frame. All right. Stop it. No, that's the stone, so let's go here. Let us put that in a new folder. Let us put your cutter right here. And how'd you lose your resolution? You've kept your quad model. Did you just delete lower? If you're going to do array mesh, once again, duplicate your model and then dynamesh it, decimate it. Because once again, this model would wind up being like 150 million polys, right? What? Hold on, everyone. I'm now confused. Okay. All right. I spent a lot of time playing around with the ball and socket. Yes, we'll do the ball and socket. Sarah, class box enough. Yes. Anyone else need to be on the list? Black quartz. I am in Seattle. Can you add me? I'm assuming they can't. Well, aren't you in here? Don't I have your model already? No. Well, okay, whatever. Black quartz. I miss you too. This is Ryan. What's Ryan? Okay. So, Lloyd, I think you just deleted lower when you started to do the when you started to do this. So, like I said, duplicate and then and decimate, right? Because, like I said, this is 2 million. If you had 20 of these, all of a sudden you're looking at, 140 million polys or something like that. So let's look at our cutter. All right. Now let us see. Boolean folder. Did it do it? What's it doing? Oh, it's transparency. Duh. All right, let's try that again. Boolean folder. Auto group. Okay. Well, your cutter didn't work because somewhere we have a where's it touching? Right here you have something going on. What do we have going on here? Let's look at our cutter real quick. Well, here's our problem. You just built this as a wall, right? You didn't build this as a box. You just grabbed boxes and threw them together. Well, see, you have these corners here. So what that allowed is it didn't completely cut it. See right here in this corner? See how it all blends together there and it didn't actually cut through? So your cutter isn't cutting. So let's come back here. And Scheisse. Everybody, come on. There we go. Stop it. Stop it. God. Oh my God. Are you kidding me? Alt button, you jackass. I'm just going to take this surface.
Hey, how's it going? Good. This should be a short meeting because I just want to review these stuff. I sound like apologies on the for that. Am I blocking you too much, or you can block it all?
Okay, so now let me just W.
How's the new setup and intern?
Nope.
You gotta make sure it's a good project, or it's not a worthwhile internship.
Get everyone the right size. So instead of doing what you did, you're going to be a little better off by split hidden or split mask. I'm going to come in here and make these corners square.
It's also interesting since this is the first
All
remote
right.
program that basically
So now the modeler, QMesh, all polys. Whoop.
focus on making sure that they share where they're struggling.
Yeah, who the hell knows why that was sitting around? Okay.
Like they think that they need to repurpose that.
Hide part, delete hidden.
To share that they're bad.
Okay, so we have our little guy. I'm going to come in here, insert mesh, get it out to my wall thickness, insert mesh out to my wall thickness, insert mesh out to my wall thickness, insert mesh out to my wall thickness. And now I'm going to come here, make this small, and I'm going to hold down Alt, and I'm going to, now you notice I'm coming on the inside of these and I'm actually selecting one extra. I'm going to come back and deselect those, but it allows me to creep up on that thin little line from the inside, not the outside. And so it prevents a little bit of the rollover to the outside, which can happen and give you some kind of crap at geometry. No. Stop it. Right, because I don't want any of my outside edges to be that. So now I'm going to come back in, hold down Alt, tap it again, and I'm just going to get rid of the fat one. And so now I take QMesh single poly and I just drag this up. You can see that I got a front polygon there. Undo that. And when I was talking about the rollover, this is exactly what I'm talking about. Boop. Don't want those. I want these. Yeah. And so now, right, your corners are clear. Let's just make sure we're roughly the same box. We're not. I went the wrong direction. Jackass. 180. All right, so that's close enough to spit on for right now. I'm not perfect, but you'll get the idea. Now, the only other thing I would say that you're going to have a problem here is these are straight. So this is going to start to pinch very early in. So I would probably take this, go taper, and I would just make the top a touch wider than the bottom. Does that make sense? So when you hammer it in, it doesn't start to bind right here. And then you have to bludgeon the living snot out of it to get it in. So now let's take this. We will delete this. Or here, we won't delete it. We'll just drag it up here. We will take this and delete this. And we will take you, Boolean a folder. come to you. Auto group.
Yeah, I have it open now.
See, it's two different colors, so we know the Boolean worked. I'm going to turn line off so I can just look at them here. Group split. Okie dokie. Now you notice we came up with all this garbage noise, right? So normally before I group split, I will put it into a folder so I can just pull the parts out that I want, if that makes any sense. But we have this, which is the good part, and then we have this, which is the other good part. All this is Boolean garbage noise. And it's easy just to merge these down until they're all one. But you can see how if you do this in a folder, you can just drag the two parts out and then just delete the folder. Right, boom. And that's where, hold on, I'll show you how to deal with this properly. Oh, I just merged it all into this one. Okay, well, I can show you how to deal with this properly now. So we know that there's a bunch of junk in this, right? Because I just merged it all back down. So before you split the auto group, here I'm going to merge this down again. So we're back here. Merge down. Okay. After any Boolean process, I tend to do this. Because Booleans can create muddy surfaces and produce kind of that weird crap. And so here I'll auto group. I will then hold down Control Shift and tap this surface. Now this is in multiple parts, so I'm going to mask this guy off, bring it back in, tap this guy, and mask him off. Tap this, and now I'm going to go. So you see all those extra parts should be now floating and not masked. So now I go hide part, and it hides all the, and you see how there's stuff split hidden here? Now, normally I'll just hit delete hidden, but I'm going to push split hidden so you can see what it is. And you can sort of see that it's all that weird kind of micro, you can't even see it. Hold on, frame. Yeah, you can't even see it. It's all just, when it was split, oh, you can sort of see right here. Can you all see that? See that? Just, this is super tiny, just weird faces. Sometimes you get this when you do Booleans, and especially if you're Boolean complex shapes. But you can see this is a simple shape, and it still did it for us. So normally I'll just hit delete hidden, and that gives us this part with no other noise. And now I can split the parts, okay, and it splits into two parts. So now you see your ball joint, right? So the only other thing you have to worry about when you do this, okay, is if you make this airspace too big, right? You have to make sure that you have the tolerance in your airspace to take up for whatever that tolerance is right there. Because if you used this as a cutter for this, and now we've removed just a little bit there, we're now pinching that joint. Yes, Boolean changes the geometry at the intersections to whatever the geometry of the cutter was. And since that cutter was very low res, that's why we got those weird crossover angles. If I had divided it a couple times, it probably wouldn't have had that there. So does everyone understand what I just meant by that? About you need the tolerances? So if you're using this as your cutter, you probably want to enlarge it anyway so it fits, right? So there's some movement in there. And now let's take this. I am going to merge this down. I'm going to take this. Oh. Holy hell. Yeah. Oh, we're saving. There we go. W Boolean. I'm going to duplicate this because I want transparency on. You know, actually, let's flip this so we can at least see the silhouette. Flip. Okay. Okay, so let's get you in here. Nope. Damn it, Jim. So you can see you have a little bit of space in there. And you have about that. So you have barely any clearance for movement, right? Do you see what I'm saying? Because we're going to go here, and that hits there, right? And then we're going to go here, and you can see that it's actually hitting up here first, right? So you have very, very, very little tolerance for movement in there. You see what I mean? You got thickness there, but so this is where I would take this, move this kind of up to here, right? Let's make sure we are actually in the center there. Move that up here, come back to this guy, take my projection brush, and why is that not projecting? Do I have to flip everybody for it to project? Well, that is bizarro. Okay, well, let's just come back here and flip. We'll come back here and flip. And now I will just take that surface away and see if it'll do it. Oh, I have a history state somewhere else. Okay, hold on. Let's, like I said, projection winds up being a history brush too. So it's going to project to that history state. So I'm going to take that, move that there. And now we are going to take you, W, move you down to where I want my tolerance. Come here. And then project this to that. Projection brush. And so now, let's come back to this groover. You. Let us hide you. And now we can just quick, whoa. So all that crappy noise came from that intersection right there. Close holes. All right. And now you can just knock that. Oh, that's projection. Sorry. SK trim. Knock that edge back. Woo. Wow, that is just messy. Right, you can knock that back and smooth it. I would probably just cut a bigger cone and just do this in one cut, because as you can see, why I'm running into this problem, because these booleans are different geometries. So when we come here, you can see this edge is right. I didn't divide my cutter up much, and that's why we wound up with weird intersections there. If I had just divided my cutter up a little bit more, we wouldn't be having that problem. Does everyone understand that? Because the Boolean takes the geometry of the cutter and the geometry of the cut E into consideration. Right, so now you've come in and you've just very quickly change that to the parameters of your shape, and now that has plenty of room to have a little bit more play than you had in your original. And it's slightly odd shape, but we're going to the shape of this butt. So does that make sense? It's meant to stay closed. What are we talking about? Yeah. But other than that, yeah. Just make sure that your cutters, if you're just using an edge and then you flip it around to make your cutter, to make sure it's closed, right? You lose subdivisions after your Boolean cut. Right on. But no, that's good. Good stuff. All right. If there are no more questions, who is next? Hold on, I can scroll up here and see Lloyd, and then Marina. It's the snakes. Is it this one? Yeah. Right on. Okay. Snake and the scorpion. Two things. I like where you're going with it. It's fun. I would say that the shape of the snake right here is much better than the shape of the snake right here, right? Because snakes, once again, are not round and they are not flat. They kind of have a muscle that goes up the side, and then they're sort of shaped like this, right? Because it actually has two big muscles, and that's how it swirly wiggles around. Yeah, exactly. And so if you can't sculpt on it, what do? Is this our subdivided part? Divide, divide. Lower res, come here, hold down control, make that, come here, hide that, project history. When you say you want it to project on the ring, did you have a snake form? Is that what you're talking about? Hold on. So you can see we're close here. Just have to come back and clean up these edges. Build-up's better. When you're doing this, when you're trying to knock these back down to the surfaces, I find clay build-up's better because you stroke it a couple times and it builds up where clay tubes doesn't. So we're being a little more aggressive in moving our forms when we're doing this. So I tend to find clay build-up as a quicker tool to use at this point. You can see that we have little holes there and there. Fill that up, fill that up. Knock that down, fill that up, and then knock it back down because that's too much. Knock that down, get rid of that, smooth, get rid of that. And I think that's pretty close to everyone. Let's hide and look. Oh, over here. Okay, that's a little lump we can get rid of. These little lumps need to go away. But that's where planar flatten can come in. Planar flatten, just get rid of that, and it's going to project to it pretty well. That crossed over some, so we're going to get rid of that crossover. And then what we're going to do is come in and let's look, see where our issue is. Right, see it's not touching. This is where inflate works better. Whoa. There we go. And that'll prevent that crossover, should prevent that crossover some. All right, I think that's pretty close. Project all, or project history. Now, if you if you notice, damn, if you'll notice, I'm at 900,000, right? Let's just double check and make sure everybody's sort of in the right spot. We still have a little bit of crossover going on here, which is annoying. See how that's That's not good. So I'm going to take this and slide this up. Get it close to that edge, and then I'm going to move this out, and then that way it's projecting to the right surfaces. It was just on the wrong side of that, and it got a little confused as to where it wanted to be. So we're just going to do that. I'm going to take clay tubes, and I'm going to knock this edge down. There we go. And now it's on the right side of the projection, so it shouldn't do that weird crossover right there. The same to the other side. Right. We're going to take this and we're just going to move it in behind that surface. And make sure everyone's where it should be. I'm now just going to take this little area, flip it, take this little area, flip it. And now I'm going to project history there. And that should eliminate some of that problem. Yeah, see how it didn't fold weird? Right, it actually projected where it was supposed to. Okay, so now we're here. I think everybody else is where it needs to be. We're going to take big, and I'm just going to do a quick smooth over this. I don't want it to be too aggressive. I just want it to remove the perfect alignment with the surface. Because if it is perfectly aligned with the surface, it'll often go to a different surface looking for where it needs to be, and we don't want that to happen. So now, we have something weird going on there. Let's smooth that out. And just knock it back in a little. I don't know what's. Oh, it's pretty deep, that's why. Okay. And now we'll just add that back up. So now everybody is roughly in the place that it needs to be. I'm going to go up in my resolution. And it's easier for it to think about a projection at a higher res when they're close. So we're going to do that. And now we're going to project history one more time. Well, why it looks sloppy was because as you move it around, you get chatter. So the extractor brush, when you're really moving it in big curves and stuff, you start to get chatter at the edges. It has to do with the fall off and or the what is it? Focal shift, focal. I've got fall off on the brain. And that's what it's where in the brush it lies, like if there's a lot of room on the outside. And then it also has to do with the fall off of the brush. If the fall off is very tight or the focal shift is like -99, you'll have very chattery edges. So it's just tuning that. It's tuning that into well, what you need it to be, I guess. You kind of have to futz with it. All right, so. If we lag, it's because of my processor. All right. So now you can see that we have our model. It's at 3.6 million. I have all my subdivision levels. And so let's talk about the extractor brush real quick. Let me extractor from brush. History. This is probably going to do something weird. No, actually. do something weird. Okay, so now I'm going to append. Well, here, let's just do this. Split on mass points. Boop. Divide to my 4 million. Hit Control, make this your history state. And now I'm going to use my extractor brush and I'm going to lay down your scales. So you can see that you didn't have a true repeating tile. I'm trying to... Does everyone see what I mean? Where his tile started right here, the repeat wasn't perfect. And so you wind up with this little jog here. Does, well, I guess I can show you how to make a repeating tile as we speak. What the hell? No. That explains it. Let's try this again. There we go. So your focal shift was pretty far out there. Extractor. All right. So does everyone see what I mean by this is not a repeating tile pattern, right? Because see how this right here, this scale, his pattern doesn't repeat perfectly, or her pattern doesn't repeat perfectly. Who is this again? Yeah, that's Marina. Sorry, her. Right, so I'm just going to show you kind of how to make a repeating pattern very quickly. I'm not going to spend a lot of time getting these scales perfect, right? We're gonna just get it to where we have our little scales. Our little scales. You and your little scales too. Let me fill those in just so they're not lines. Does everyone know, are there any questions just real quick about what I mean by a repeating tile? So like for the snake here, if you're going to use this for the whole snake, right? before I wiped that out, you saw how the scales didn't match perfectly, so we had like a weird little surface there. Okay, so what we're going to do is this. We are going to take slice. A slice rectangle. Boop. And we're going to do this so we can see it. Come here, and I'm just going to pick a point. Boop. Oh, sorry. Delete lower. I'm going to duplicate this. I am now going to come here, and I'm going to do this again. Pick a point. Boop. And now I'm going to group split. So now what I'm going to do is go W, and I am going to push you down here and find a point that's okay. We're going to turn transparency off, and now I'm going to take this and just sort of move this to where that edge works. Oops. Merge these down. Going to sculpt those to be kind of one thing. So now if you notice, the end of my pattern literally is the beginning of the other pattern, right? Because we split that up. And now on this one, I am going to hide you. We're just going to take you back to where you're nothing. I think this is our history state, right? We're going to go there. All right. I'm now going to bring you here. Boom. W. We're just going to drag you up onto that flat platform. Now, that should, we're going to take planar just to be safe, and I'm going to clean up these edges. All right. Come here and clean up these edges. And if I am not mistaken, I don't think, if I just merge these down, I don't think I have to union them. So now, let me get my brush size right. I am going to go extractor from brush and start right on that edge, right? And then drag. And I'm going to stop right on that edge. And now, if I'm not mistaken, this should be pretty close to a repeating tile. Okay, so it did look at that difference. Okay, so let's come back here, undo, remesh by union. Oh, because, yep, sorry. None of these are, this doesn't actually have depth. Okay, so we're going to take. We're going to turn you into a polycube. You can. I didn't close holes on the other one, and that would have filled in the back. It was just it's not registering as a solid, right? So if we come here and I close holes, it should flatten the back out. All right, so now you can see that it sort of has solidity again. Now I need to hide this guy. Sometimes it reads solid, sometimes it doesn't. It's quite interesting. So we're going to, hold on, let's split hidden. Right, so we're going to come to split unmasked. And we just need to come in here and fill in. Wait, is this the... delete. This we just need to front side. I mean group front. Tap it. And now just need to drag this down. See, now it's a pseudo solid. So now when we have this cube, that'll be a solid edge. Because for some reason it was reading the thickness of, remember how it failed and we had those weird little clicks in there. So normally just close holes. You could dynamesh these two things together, however you want to play with it. We just need a flat surface and then our pattern here. So merge down. And now remesh by union. Close holes. You can't, I wasn't, like, I'm pretty sure that there was a way to get a VDM to curve, right? But the other day when I was trying to do it, I couldn't find that curve function. I don't know if you can or not. A VDM would be if you were just dragging each one out, but if you're trying to use it as a curve tool and bring, you know, to drag as a curve, I do not think so. Or at least I couldn't find where that curve happened. So let's get our brush to size. Extractor from brush, start right at the seam, drag, end right at the seam, a little airspace in there. And now this should be a repeating tile. Oh, that's weird. Why it doesn't?
Thank you very much. Yeah, it's
Okay.
June 22nd, but the
Control. Extractor from brush. Let's make this on so it's straight. My brush is the wrong size. There, extractor from brush. And let's see if this prevents that weird squirrely. It does. Okay, that's good. And now we're going to stop right. Come on, one more. There. No, not in this case, because this is alpha. This isn't Boolean. Right. You're going to apply with the geometry of the Okay, so what does it still have that weird little? Okay, I do not understand why we're getting that bite in there.
I know they exist, but
And it's in the same place both times. Alright, I don't know why that's doing that. I don't know why we're getting that weirdness.
to learn more about that for
Unless there's another projected surface under there that I'm not seeing.
because I know those two are interconnected.
So annoying.
On that team, that's like
I was trying to make this easy so you could just see it flip.
really
Why aren't you flipping? I don't want double. I want you to flip. Oh, it's because I do have another surface in there. Oh, you are a pain in my butt. Hold on. Flip. Okay, let's see if this works. Bastard. I was just trying to show you how to make a tile thing and it turns into this chaos. Alright. Start there, drag, stop there. What in the hell? Oh. Has the history state. I gotta always remember the history state. That, brush size, boom. Damn it. Brush size. Turn this on. There we go. Make it a little smaller. Extractor from brush. Start there. Drag down. Alright. Alright, my alpha. Look, it still has that weird damn drag in it. What the living hajibus is that about? Hey, that's gonna piss me off. Okay, I do not know why I'm getting that damn thing. I'm not paying attention to something and I'm missing it. But do we see how we've actually created a tileless, right? Somewhere there at the end, I'm having a weird gefluffle and it's pissing me off. And you can see it's in the same place in both places. But because we cut it, stripped it, and turned it you're going to get it. All right. Oh, that was a complete, utter cluster. Oh, my knee's killing me. I'm getting aggro. All right. So, let's get back to the design. I think that we just got, like I said, we got a little flat. So if you did the base shape first and then applied the brush to it, I think you could have kept, because you got it pretty good here. You know, you have some areas where, you know, this is pretty good here. But if you came in and did your base shape to where it was, and then think of the high ridge in the center, right? And you spent the time and kind of got your base shape in before you applied the scales, I think you would have been able to avoid some of these flat spots, if that makes sense. Oh. So if you had come in and done this and then applied the scales to it, I think you could have right, you could have retained that, if that makes sense, right? So before you apply your patterns, make sure I would come in and get your base shape to the right section. All right, so I would probably have done something where you have something like this, and then the snake goes in and out here. Because remember, people really notice if there is detail there and then it's not. And this, I call them striking plates, but I give a lot of metal down here just so people hit it and it doesn't, right, it allows you to beat on the ring without losing detail. And so just make sure that if you have something that's high detailed all the way around, that you put something at the bottom, and, you know, it can, you know, it has no problem with that going all the way through it, because as long as it is going through it, right, like this is the edge and then that's the snake body. Does that make sense? Then you can sell that going through, and it's just one more transition point that could be a cool place for a transition to happen, right? Like, let's say you have that, and that can come down, and right, that can be a transitional surface, right? And then that is a snake traveling through the body of the ring. Right? And, you know, up here, once again, if you had kind of sculpted the shape of the, right, where it's more of that flat pyramid shape as opposed to just flat, I think you'd read better. Now, you have the scorpion, and I like the scorpion in there. He's good, My only problem is that the only place the scorpion comes in front is right here. So I think that you probably could have gotten away with knocking this down here and have the scorpion do the cross over here, just so the scorpion has some level of equal importance, right? Does that make sense? And then your snake head's a little too small for this snake. Come on, autosave. 45 minutes, that's ridiculous. I hate it when examples go to hell. And I'm sorry, I'm in a little pain, so I'm a little distracted, guys. I apologize. Have your scorpion kind of come out here and become a little bit more important. And then your snake head's actually a little bigger for the thickness of the snake. What the hell is it? Oh, I had symmetry on. I love it when I do dumb crap. But here, once again, getting your shape in. Let's go to extractor, and I'm just going to pick a random. Here, we'll make it that pattern. But you can see that if you have the shape down first, you can even after the applied texture, you're still getting that rough form. Does that make sense? Because here, this looks pretty good, right? Because you had form in there. Right. And like maybe here, instead of this being just a straight line, maybe this becomes... What in the shit? Maybe the scorpion weaves in here as well. Right, just so you have the scorpion is as equal of import. To use planer brush for clean edges, do I need to make sure the model's... Well, if you're going to use planer, it's trim front is... So let's say you want this to be a flat edge, right? Trim front is going to, as long as you are at 90 degrees, right? Does that make sense? Where planar is to the plane you first touch. Right, you see how that's the plane that I'm touching, boom, there. So like if you came in here and hit planar, it's going to cut to the plane that you first touch, right? Now planar flat line will take you from point to point. Does that make sense? So it completely depends on what you're trying to accomplish. Okay. I think you're doing great. I think that it's interesting. It had good plane changes and it's dimensional. I just think that before you lay in that pattern, and if you're going to use it as such, definitely make sure that your tile repeats, right? Because that pattern, you know, it clunks right there each time, right? And so you can either get a tileable pattern or create a tileable pattern, kind of in the way that I showed you to do it, but it would have been easier if I just projected that to it, but I was being lazy and I thought I was going to be clever, and well, I was neither. Okay, Brian, week 5. Brian Lawrence, right? Brian Lawrence, all right. Right on. See? Much better in the thinking of this dimensionally. I'm still thinking your clay tubes is maybe too strong, or I don't know how you're winding up with such lumpy surfaces to begin with. I'm not quite sure what's going on there, my friend. So lower res, and I'm just going to higher res one more. Turn symmetry off so we can just look at the changes. So I'm probably going to try to define that ridge first, get a height I like. All right. So once again, and this is kind of my issue with my award ring, right? By digging this in so deep, you've made this just about these two big rails, and these rails are still very lumpy. Right? So let's come back here, and you can see that, like, I'm just not sure what you're doing. I'd have to watch you sculpt. And let's do a Skype, and I can watch you sculpt and see what you're doing. Because, I'm throwing a line, a big line lengthwise, trying to establish my surfaces. And then my cross strokes come back and try to knock those lumps off. So we're trying to stay within my layers, right? Or my levels. And then the other thing that's happening up here, hold on, now if you'll notice, I'm going to fill this up. I'm not going to take this down. Because if you take this down, you're just creating these big humps here that don't really read well. And now let's, and I'm going to come in here and define this as an edge. Right. Clay tubes. Alright, now I'm going to come in here and then just, like I said, I'm going to kind of define that as a edge first. Because I want a separation. And now we're going to take that and just raise that layer level just a little. Knock it back just a little. Come in and define. I'm going to raise my intensity up a little and define these shapes. Now I'm going to come back over here and give myself some edges so we're reflecting off of the surface, getting some separation. Right, clay fill behind that a little. Come in with twist. Flatten that out. And now I'm going to come back in. And let me. And now come in with this. Too much. Whatever that turns into. Okay, so look at this surface and how it reads compared to this surface and how it reads, right? You know, it's a much shallower transition, but these are reading as right. You actually get a nicer transition, right? Because it looks like it's part of a base where this is big and trenched out. So does that make sense? Where this is actually a more successful surface, being lesser of a jump. Right? Because I said thinking surfaces, and you kind of did. Right, but that's reading as one ring, where you just had these big trenches in here, and it's not really making much sense to me. Now, having this kick out that dramatically, that's fine. Hold on. Because this is sort of a transition area. Right, that doesn't bother me there because that is transitioning up into a different shape. Mother. Holy Hannah. All right. And then here, let's look at what you got here. See from the top how you have that big chunk where here it looks like the band of the ring, right? Excuse me. We're still having the silhouette. And then here, you know, once again, the whole layers isn't necessarily just dig lines deeper, right? Mm-mm. All right. So I don't mind that getting big. Because it is kind of a transition point, so that's fine. Oh no, that's bigger on yours, but it's fine. I think you need to work on lumpiness a little, right? And just making sure your planes are sort of in the same vein. I'm gonna make this lower res. Let's really relax the surface so it does reflect as one plane. That's a little anemic edge. Lump. Oh, you're going around. I'm sorry. I resolved that poorly. Damn it. Now knock my little lip off. All right, so now see if you're going to have this be flat and sort of trying to define a surface, get that surface clean and then apply these lines on them. Now, if you want this to look like a leaf where it had a bow here, which may be what's going on there, I'm not quite sure. If you put it in it's going to reflect as such, as opposed to these being dug back to different things. So establish your plane and then if you just want that flat linear graphic on it, that's fine. I mean, that's not a problem, but attach it to a plane, right? So your reflective surface is a little bit more cohesive story. Right. And see how I've made this a really flat plane, and then I applied these over them, and you have this like kind of lump and a glump, and then that's scooping and not, it's just, look at the difference in this surface and what it's telling compared to this surface and what it's telling. This surface and what it's telling, and this surface and what it's telling. So try to get your forms, because you're not getting your plane sorted out and then drawing your graphing on it. You're getting a kind of idea, and then you're just coming in and you're doing this, but hold on. And you're not being real careful about how these planes read. And you can see that instantly loses its connection with the lower plane. I press harder. I don't know. No, not too much. See, you're viewing depth as layers, right? And depth is not a layer. Depth is depth, right? I mean, hold on, let me take these off. And let me just kind of show you. No, hold on, that's fine. Right? Actually, let me take these back to 1. All right, and hold on, let me. Depth is not layers. Depth is depth. And layers are layers. And don't feel bad. I mean, this is a common reaction. I say I want complex layers and people give me really deep lines. So this is not an uncommon thing. Okay, so I'm going to divide this one more time just because this is a little stretched out and I want this to kind of be a sharp line for us. Okay. Okay. That's too much. We're getting close. Getting close. Sorry guys, I can't multitask at the moment. My poor brain is only functioning on one level. All right. So that, now let me do a couple more. We got. All right. So as you can see here, or at least I hope you can see here, we have a ton of layer information. And we can see it all the way back here, right? I mean, and it's because these planes basically are functioning as one plane that's functioning as a transitional plane. That's a plane. This is a plane. This is a plane. So now when we come back here, look at how much information I have here compared to this, right? And I'm not saying this is the information you're trying to convey. I'm just saying, look at how much information is being conveyed because I have different reflective planes that are working together, okay? And if we look at how much depth I have here, I have almost no depth. Look at how much depth you have here. And you know, you're not telling, right? It's lumpy. It kind of rounds down at the edge. You know, what's going on here compared to what's going on here. Now, once again, this is pretty flat, and so it's not, you can come in and make these round and kind of muff up these surfaces, but what's going in front of one another is going in front of one another, and what's behind is behind, and you can see that it reads as layer information, not depth. So you can get away with an amazing amount of detail in a shallow space as long as you're consistent with the story those surfaces are telling, right? Look at how clean this is. Look at how this is a lip. It's going over a surface, right? And here you have dents and lumps and glunks and glumps. And now, if you wanted to look glumpy, cool, but I don't think you do. I think you're trying to tell me stories about planes, and you need to you just need more control over your surfaces. So do you understand the difference in depth versus planes, right? Just because you make something deeper and deeper and deeper doesn't mean that you're making more cohesive planular information or layers. Okay, so hold on, let me... Oh, well, why my masks are sharp is because I just remove... So hold down the space bar, and now hit the control button, and I just slide my focal shift over to -100. I want no bleed on my masks. I like sharp masks. So you just change the sharpness on the mask. Well, no, but it wasn't the... I mean, yeah, I can measure these in tenths of millimeters too. It's not the depth of the information that I'm trying to get you to work on. It is the concept that these layers have to work together so they reflect in the planes that are cohesive, right? You're telling the same plane and layer information. I mean, you can get away with really super thin layers, right? As long as these edges are cohesive, then you can get away with it. Now, I mean, is this necessarily going to show up after, especially before I made those round? Is this going to last through a polishing? Yeah, probably not. I mean, I'm not saying that this, I made this very thin to prove a point, and that is that you can see layers by telling the same plane story. Yeah, you just have to sharpen your mask. Yeah. Well, then you need to, oh, yes, no fall off. And how did he use to mask the edge darker or lighter around the edge? I just hold down mask, sharpen, hold down Alt, and I take it away. It's the same as every other brush. The only way that I did soft to light, that's just pressure sensitivity. Is that what you're talking about? That's why we have tablets, so we have pressure sensitivity. Right? Okay. Another soft hard, yeah, making less control. Well, yeah. I mean, like I said, start with a ring base. So you, right, we have the ring sizes up here. So start with something that's relatively the right ring size. Yeah, you do need to think about that. Yeah, I was going to argue. I think my cup's pretty damn empty right now. Right. Pretty close. Okay, hold on. Let's go back to our shape here, W. And I just want to get, because I use them kind of interspersedly, but they are different. Hold on, let's. Okay. Planes. Right? These are planes. And planular information is this. This is reflecting with, here, let's go to gold. This is plane information, planular information, right? This is telling me that this is one plane. Oh wait, look, it shifts. This is now another plane. This is a 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 plane, right? The planes are the large reflective surfaces that we find. Now, fuck, was that another 45 minutes? Oh, this is going to take forever. Oh, Jesus. They're not contradictions. Now, all right. Plane information, layer information. Bright edge, dark edge, right? So these are planes that have layers. Right? So the layer information is giving us the separation of plane. And now if you're just going straight in, right, this, you're getting that layer information, but our plane information hasn't really changed. It is still referential to the common movement of our plane. Now, if I come in here and move, not looking for symmetry, you jackass. Stop it. Give me my line. So now I have planes with depth information, but also I've changed how those planes are reflecting, so they are no longer within the expected plane angle, right? So this is one big reflective plane. Really, these are still reflecting as the same plane information, basically, right? You know, and we're just getting little linear steps. But if I change the angles of my planes, they are telling a much more dramatic story about motion, right? Does that make sense? See, oh wow, now all of a sudden we have these bright edges. This is a bright edge, that's a super dark edge. As opposed to it just reflecting as one big plane. So it doesn't matter how deep you cut that, it's still the same plane, right? I mean, look, you're getting, there's no motion, there's nothing there, it's still the same plane. Where here we have transitional planes with very slight depth information. So if everything is at the same plane, but super deep, it's still the same reflective surface. No, it's not ignorance. It's just learning to rethink what's going on here, right? And here, let's complicate our surfaces up, right? And you can see that, well, I knocked that edge off, sorry. But even there, you know, we're digging this down in deep. But this little dent, this little transitional space there, all of a sudden gives us a reflective shadow that becomes much more compelling as information, right? So it's not just depth, it's plane and level information. So are we clear about planes and levels, right? Because you can see here that this plane, now that plane has a slight angle to it, so it's just a little warmer, but really that's reading as one plane. But that dark line is our layer information, right? And you can see it doesn't have to be huge to give me a line. So with very, very slight layers, I can delineate graphics, right? Those lines, that graphic information. Right? So if we just do this, right? That is basically reflecting as a plane, right? This is my plane of reflection, right? And because it's flat, it's pretty close. You can see that there's a change in the plane right here, right? See the temperature of the color change? But now, and this is all one thickness, right? And now I come in here, and if I just, hold on, I'm going to do it to the other side. If I just dig a line, and hold on, let's use something that's more aggressive. If I just dig a line in here, compared to let me turn this off so I can actually see what I'm doing here. Oops. Okay. So now let's go back to this. Boom. Now when we move around, do you see that basically this surface is reflecting as a plane, right? And it has transition, right? So it's bright to dark. There's a little But now look at how kinetic this is, right? We got a sharp edge, it comes out, we got a bow here, this is dim. And so when we get way down here and we move around, so much more is going on over here than just that huge dark line. Do you see that? And so we're dealing with, these are transitional reflective surfaces. This is my plane information, right? This is a convex. No, that's concave, actually. These are convex. And there's just that little edge, but that's actually going under that, right? That's not drawn. So it looks like that's plunging in there, right? You see that little dark side? Now let's take this, and I'm just going to draw a line here. We have completely ruined the relationship from this going to that. And back here, it doesn't look like that's diving in at all, does it? In here, I'm going to make it where it's a very big difference in transition, where it is much farther below the surface there. And back here, you lose that depth information because by drawing that edge around that, we've removed, see here, the information is this is bright, that's a darker line, and then the curve starts. So that is going up and under that, right? But if you just draw lines around stuff, you completely lose the surface relationships, right? Look at how clear this is, right? This plane is behind that plane. It's very obvious. We have a bright light, a bright reflective surface there. And so this is above that. But which one's above that? And look at the difference between those. It's dramatic. So plane and level information. These are plane information. This is level information. And you can see that level information doesn't have to be super bright, but look, this is darker, this is brighter, this whole plane is below this whole plane because it literally is below that. And because we haven't drawn a line around it, we have very concrete ideas about where those planes line up. So do we understand kind of what I'm talking about when I say plane, linear, right? I mean, this is line information. This is line information, right? I can draw on the surface. It doesn't change the plane information. Do you see what I'm saying? The plane information is the same when you draw on the surface, so you have no depth. If anything, you've lost all continuity of depth because you have removed those edges. So now there is, see this very subtle tone difference? This is a little warmer than this right here. So we have information. Now this is quite a bit brighter than this, but you don't see it. It looks like it's standing way higher. It's not. It's a lot below that, right? So drawn on detail, whether it be a line or it be big lines, it's still the same plane information. Okay, so are there any questions about this? Do we kind of understand? I mean, look at how subtle your change here is. And here I'm going to take this. And from here, if I didn't have that big dark line, I mean, you don't know. I mean, these are lines. You know what I just did. But information-wise, this looks like a bigger step than this, and it's not. This is Ma Shiny. It's another one of Ma's surfaces. Michelangelo Hernandez. Yeah, it's in metal or reflective. It. I'm pretty sure it's in my material batch, though. Didn't I give you this material? Oh, no, I only gave you a blue. I forgot. Okay. So, there we go. Do you have any other questions, Brian? Does it make sense, kind of what I'm trying to get you to wrap your head around here? No. I don't even know where you... There you are. Right? Right on. All right. Who's next? Let's see. All right. Eric's next. All righty. Okay, so is this supposed to be veiny meat sacks with leaves? Yeah, red wax isn't going to help you, buddy. I know who you are. So, question, veiny meat sacks? Okay, a couple things. Obviously, you use the mandrel to cut this. This comes back down to wearability here, okay? If you're going to have these nodules like this, you definitely do not want them to be the outside edges, right? So we want to make sure that these raise up and away from the body, right? And then I would say that you want to make sure that at least a good portion at least a good portion of this is at the same level, so you're actually right where that is the inside, and I would make sure that that connected too, just so these don't become sharp little edgy nodule things that that are pressing against your finger. Make sure that this is a nice, clean, smooth surface as it's touching your body, right? Because in all reality, you don't have a lot of physical contact with the body right here. Okay. Well, the thing about roots or limbs is you're probably not going to get this organic thin, thick, thin. It kind of looks sort of intestinal. And then this texture, it kind of makes it look like veiny meat sacks. So it's sort of like scrotal intestinal meat tubes. So I think that here you may want to think, once again, think about these a little more structurally, right? And, you know, they can change length, but, you know, a limb probably isn't going to just change that dramatically in one fell swoop. You know, these might be the splits, you know. And instead of veins, um, do you see how that kind of makes it look a little bit more barky? I think your transitions are still pretty melodramatic for limbs. Because limbs are still pretty Mandelbrot-y. Right. Um, and your leaves are not horrible, but definitely come back in. And like if I were doing something like this where I were or I was going to lay down a lot of leaf alphas right next to one another, I would probably make 2 or 3 of them so I could break the pattern up so they're not exactly the same. And then when you do it, just come back in and touch up your overlays, right? So what is in front of one another is in front. And that does mean you'll probably have to come back in and do a little by hand, obviously. But that's okay, because a lot of these are literally just guidelines for your sculpture. Now, and see, this is where a VDM would probably be more useful than, I'm assuming this was just is this just an alpha that you dragged on? So let us go append star W plane plane divide 4 million. Make that my history state. Let's hide you for a second. And I'm just going to do a very fast leaf. It was a VDM? Okay, then you need to be careful about how you do your edges. If you make your edges, hold on. Because I don't see any overhang in your pattern. So if you're going to use a VDM, make sure to use the weight information. You'll be happier with it. Okay, and now I'm going to take SK cloth and I'm going to whip this edge up. Okay. Oh. Planar flatten. I'm going to take this and I'm going to drag this below the layer. And then I'm going to come back over here. Have a snake hook. Pull this up and above the layer. And now I am going to take this. And I'm going to go deformation, morph to grid, boom. I didn't change that grid size. Why does it do that to me? That is really goddamn annoying. Okay, hold on. Somewhere along the way, we changed our base grid size. So morph to grid. All right. So hold on. Now I'm going to do this really fast. Sorry, guys. Okay. Oop. Too dramatic. All right. Clay fill. Okay. Because the one thing in the VDMs that you really want to control is the distortion around the edges. And if you notice, you didn't leave a lip around your leaf. So you created it just like an alpha, right? Where there was no overhang. So when you tried to overhang them, they behaved just like alphas. You had that sharp edge there, right? Oh. We'll go back to your piece in a second. Let me. I know this is a little, not quite the same style leaf, but I want good overhangs. Mm-hmm. 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 And then boop, boop. All right, so now I have that going below the surface. Now, I need that. And then I need crap. Be a little sloppy there. Bump, bump. Bump. All right, and so now I'm going to go, oops, oops. Actually, I'm going to cut that back in there a little bit more. It's so funny, we're in a shared office space, and the people next door are talking about taxes in California, and I want to scream, California taxes can suck it. But I'm not going to interrupt in their conversation. I'm not going to rant about California Tax Bureau, which can gargle my exact. All right, here we go. All right, there we go. I am now morphed a grid. And now let's look at this. Now, do you see how my grid here is very, very square all the way up to the edge, right? Now, that is incredibly important in VDMs because here I'm going to, let me just do it right here. Let's smooth this. And I'm going to take slide and I'm going to move this out like this. And then I'm going to push that in and move this out like this and push that in. Okay. And now I'm going to take planar and I'm going to flatten that. Right? Do you see how distorted my map is there? Okay. So now we're going to come here. Going to swipe that. I'm going to turn that on. And I'm going to go. I need to push that back in. Smooth that out. Okay. So now we're going to go to alpha. We are going to go from mesh. We're going to go okay. Oh, crap. Turn alpha off. Let's go to standard. Planar, you don't want an alpha and planar. Standard, drag, boom, 3D alpha. So let's just make sure that this is pulling out. What the shitballs? Oh. Where's my history state? I have that old history state. I need to bring this up. I'm going to show you, I know, it's evil. I'll show you exactly what the whole point to morph to grid is. Oh, fuck. I can't wait to get painkillers. Actually, I can't wait to get anti-inflammatories. Oh, no. We need to come up here. I don't know if my history state needs to be here or if it needs to be, well, whatever. That's the only problem. Once you start assigning history states, oh, no, cancel. That is not what we want to do. Let's come up here. Alpha from mesh. Okay. so we have our little, why don't I have my little tip there? And so when we drag the next one in, right? Do you see how I'm not getting distortion right here? But you can see over here, hold on, let me drag this in. See how that's distorting dramatically? And that's because that distortion was here. Let's look. See how this is all swirly here? Remember I pushed that off? And look, when I drag this out, see how there's distortion there? And that's pulling and distorting that mesh. Where if you notice where this is clean, right? Look, we have these nice overlays. Things are going over and under. And that's the beauty of the VDM, is that this can go, since there's a lip there, I can drag this out, and that under can go under as long as there's a lip there, right? And there's no distortion, right? But if you have these distortions in your mesh, they're going to transfer to your VDM. So what that means is when we come back to this point over here, oops, where are we? Oh, there we are. When we come to this point over here, and let's say I want this to be a very deep pushback, I'm going to take this, I'm going to push all of this behind my mesh, right? Because I want there to be a lot of room for this to go under. Does that make sense? So I'm pushing everything under so there's a little lip all the way around this guy. But I'm also distorting the living hajibis out of my mesh, right? Right? You can see that my mesh is all squirrely. Now I'm going to come in and smooth that so that upper inside lip isn't mangled. And now we're going to come in, push that back and in, push that back and in. Now I'm going to take mask, come here, and just get above, right? Then I'm going to take you, and I'm going to mask that little stem up and under. And normally I'm going to spend the time and make sure these edges are clean. Right? There we go. And now, watch. Morph to grid takes all that information and makes it really, really square. Right? And so now, I'm just going to come in here, smooth this stuff out so that doesn't become massively distortive. See, that's what happens when you don't mask things well. But we'll put that there. Right? And now when we take this, we go standard, alpha, from mesh, okie dokie. You can see that as we drag these out, it didn't remake my mesh. Hold on. I don't know why that still had that there. Okay, try this again. Standard. Take this off and just make it something else, just so I know that we change. Alpha from mesh. Okay. Yeah, see there's not that swirl there. And now, when I do this, you can lay the next alpha on. And since we know that there's an overlap here, right? We go, oh, here, let's turn this on. And you can actually overlap without it being, without getting that distortion, right? You see the benefit of the VDM over using it as an alpha? We can get that lip, and instead of getting that, right, we're getting this. So that height really is creating a dimple there. So let's undo this. I'm going to come in here, and I'm going to take this, and let's stretch this up a little bit more dramatically so you're getting a much bigger overlip on the top. Oh, we can't break the ridge there. Right? And so now, standard. Go to something else so I know if it changes. Alpha, make sure it's snapped flat. Alpha from mesh. Okay. And now, when I drag that out, the tip can cross over and not. Why is that tip softening every time? That's annoying. Hold on, let's. Look at that. It's not giving me my overlip. I don't know why that's happening. I mean, I think this is an older brush. Fuck, I don't know. You get the idea. Damn it. I'm in pain and it doesn't work and I'm angry. No, I use it. Literally, I have not had a blowout in months. It just, yesterday, or morning before yesterday, I felt my bursa start to blow, and now literally my entire leg is a balloon. It's really quite fucking miserable. So you see the benefit of using the vector displacement map, right? As opposed to using it like an alpha. Just get more height in there, and then your leaves will lay on top of one another a little better. All right. Yeah, think about roots, not veiny meat sacks. And if you're going to do leaves, break it up into a few leaf patterns, and then that way you're not getting the repetition of one form. As far as fitting stone, at this point I would look from the top, move XZ, get these big, make sure these are covering those corners and that they're cutting in some, right? And always look at what your silhouette looks like against the stone, because if you have big, very dramatic stones, often people want to see the stone, so you want to push your metal almost flush just so you're not competing with the stone, if that makes any sense. Or you want to make, you can make something that's very dramatic and away from it as well. But usually it's pick one or the other, right? At least this way, it looks like it's a decision to interrupt, play with the stone shape. And then the other thing you want to make sure is at some point in here, and it doesn't have to be all the way around necessarily if it's big enough. Come on. Is you want take your stone, flip it. Let's come back to our ring. You know, see how you have so much airspace there? Let's do projection. Let's turn that off. Let's use our projection brush, and we can use that. And whoa, back face masking is really important when you do these things. You want to make sure that you have, when you're in here, you want to make sure that you have some where you have some contact with the gallery, and that's why you can't use projection brushes with symmetry, but that'll give you the idea. You want to make sure that you have some contact with the gallery, because that's literally the prong has to press against something for the stone to set in, right? There has to be tension there, so the stone can be, the prong is pinching it against the seat. So you want to make sure that you got that planar. All right, so let's hide our stone. And these are our planes. Oops, sorry. Right, whatever those came up to, you know. But just make sure that down here the stone is touching somewhere, so the prong has some place to pinch. And then at the end of it, even if you come up here, you want to make sure that these are filled in, because they're going to cut that away with a setting burr to make sure the stone fits right. Yeah, I mean, I like the flow. I like the dimensionality. It really does look like scrotal intestinal meat sacks with leaves. 2 thumbs up, though. All right, my brother. Oh, fuck me. Okay. Who is next? Sid. Do you have any questions about that? If you are, I'll hop back. I'm trying to keep going here so we don't. Right on. And yeah, exactly. I mean, you know, you have nice, good, energetic forms, but right. And just by doing that, it's a much more interesting part. The designs look good. And, you know, once again, when you planes versus layers, I think that just by pushing that around some, you will have accomplished quite a bit there. Looks good.
The wood table that this is on also matches the background.
Right.
Oh, yeah, I'm gonna jump off actually. So I was just jumping in and jumping out to say happy because
Once again, a lot of it is using your layers as guidelines and not being afraid to redo the detail a couple times, right? So let's say I want to clean this up. I'm going to lower my resolution. I'm not going to, well, first of all,
okay, sorry about that. Okay, so
you're, that's 8.5 million.
so for the
So basically you're telling me this was a huge
understand we have
block up?
a
No?
and I just don't see that.
Okay.
This
Interesting. So just lower your res.
I honestly don't see tags scaling.
I think you probably, I'm trying to figure out why this is so mangly this high. I think you did the same thing she did with the skull. And you see what happened here? You have these huge spaces. And this is where, hold on, I'm going to duplicate this. Delete higher. Now, you know, the internal edge creased. Okay. Now, this, I'm going to give you a little bit of thingy-ma-ding here. I'm trying to think of being able to do this without... See, I'm trying to get a lot more resolution out of the outside surface than the inside surface. Now, screw it. We're just going to insert here. Boom.
Yeah, so
No.
yeah, so
Insert edge.
this is where I'm imagining like the zero is, like we have tags.
And just make these a little bit more square. Now you can see we've gone up above, we've gone up above 1,000. And if you wanted to be very clever, you could inset this so you wind up getting squares at the bottom here. Here. If I were actually doing this, I would do this. And I would inset inset region there, and then I would do the same thing. First thing, take this slide, no, slide, edge loop complete, slide this in some, and now I do the same thing. Oh, no. Alt. Drag this down. And maybe there. I'd probably do it one less. Hold on, let's get rid of those. Because we know where our detail's at, right? And now I'm going to inset this region. And so now, right, when I divide this up, okay, hold on. Smooth. Divide, divide, divide. Divide, 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 divide. So you can see that I didn't go all the way up to 9, right? So even let's lower this down to 7. Delete higher. And let me take this and higher res, 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 higher res. And now I am going to take this. And once again, don't do this. I'm just trying to get through this a little quicker because I am in pain. You're going to see that we have a shit ton more geometry on your sculpted surface. Oh. And that's going to eliminate that's fine. But the problem you ran into is that you may have those 9 subdivision levels or whatever, but you have absolutely no geometry on that face that's very helpful. Damn it. Project all. And I'm going to prove that to you in just a second. See, that's what I'm saying. It's not, oh, it has to be 9 subdivision levels. It's not, oh, the model has to be under 700. That's just a good practice. But the problem with how you had this divided is you might as well have edge looped it, right? Because you had 2 faces on the front, right? You had 1 face, 2 face, and then you had this little edge right here. So now, once again, as we're dividing up, all your geometry is going right here, and you don't have enough geometry out here. And since you have a lot of divisions this way and only 1 face this way, it's the same thing as the shroud piece earlier. What you have is you have surface tension pulling this way because these are not close to squares. They're long rectangles. So you're never really sculpting. Well, no. I just remeshed this, right? With a little conscientious. Oh, holy hell. Hold on. Escape. Come on. All right. So now, all right, let's zoom in here. I have 3 million polys. And let's look at you here. All right, as I smooth this and sculpt it, see how everything is stretching from front to back? And as I'm coming in and trying to sculpt on this, my geometry is very long, right? Here, let's lower one more so it just becomes a little more obvious. Right, my geometry is going, I have plenty of resolution this way, I have no resolution this way. So do you see how, here, let's smooth this out. So as you see, if I'm drawing lines this way, look at how sharp my edges are, right? We have plenty of resolution there. If I draw lines this way, see how tessellated and ugly the lines are? Because these are long rectangles with no crossover here. But now by coming over here, turn this on real quick. And what I've done, lower res, lower res, lower res, lower res, lower res. Instead of z-remeshing the whole thing, I'm like, okay, well, I don't want a lot of geometry on the inside, right? So what I've done is I inset, right? Boom, boom. Like I don't want this to get super small down in here. I know that we have a design element right here, right? So that's a pretty good place where I can change the geometry without it becoming super obvious. And now I have 5 times as much. See, we have 1, 2, 3 faces instead of 2. So I've tripled my geometry there. So now when we come back up, I only have 7 subdivision levels, right? But here I'm going to take this area, and now we're going to get rid of this area. No, cancel. Right? So in that square, I have 114,000 polys. Am I all the way up? Yeah, 114,000. We're on this one. Hide part. And so you have 270. So there's almost, not quite, double and then another half. And your geometry is still mangly, right? Because you're up here at 9 or at 8 subdivision levels. You have tons of geometry in here, but you don't have that much linear geometry on the X. So as you can see, when I come here with much less geometry, right? I only have 3 million. So this is still half the size of yours. When I come in here, you'll notice that when I do a line like this, it's clean. But look, when I do a line like this, it's not nearly as mangly, right? So I can do this, and it's still a cleaner model at half the geometry, right? So if I were to divide this up one more time, and we're going to be, it's not going to be 8, we'll be at 12, but we're at 8 subdivision levels, 12 million polys, and I can go in here and I will have, oh, I have symmetry turned on, sorry. Right? I mean, I have right. I have a much better usage of the geometry I have. Don't be afraid. Don't be scared. Edge loops. God damn you guys and edge loops. Let me rephrase this. Don't add edge loops. We're week 6 and you people are fucking still using edge loops. I'm gonna kill you. Edge loops are the devil. No edge loops. Okay. But does that make sense as far as your geometry control? And, we have, look, we don't have a ton of geometry on the inside, right? So, at half the geometry, we still had more than half of the geometry in the same area. Right on. And yeah, I think that once having ingested the layers and plane thing today, I think that you'll be better off here. Yeah, no. But that's why, then that is the time to remesh, is when you notice that you don't have the geo to do it. Right? So that's not a problem that you only discovered it at the end. It's just, all right, well, that's when we know we need to do it. Right? All right. Killing it. Do you have any other questions before we move on to crazed? Nathaniel is down here, if I remember. Didn't I love you? I thought I... Lloyd. So I could have sworn I loaded you. Right on, right on. Yeah, and just remember, as far as like dynamic lines and shapes, right? Like this is not super dynamic, right? Where, and I'm not talking about this piece, I'm just talking about to think, right? Right, thin, thick, thin. See how this is all one shape? If this were thinner in here and coming out here, those are more dynamic forms, right? So just remember your silhouettes and how they are reflecting. All right, so let's get to, is one of these just the link? Oh, it's a scroll. Okay, hold on. Let's do finished links. I don't want to see them all together just yet. Okay, so first things first. Right now, do you see the number one problem I'm seeing? Don't have razor blades pointing at the body. Right. Secondly, this is pretty thin, where if someone's taking this on and off, a little twist could tear this up. So that's just something to think about. What do we have there? And that's 2 millimeters, right? So just be careful about this, because, once again, if you take this up, now you've done good and made it deep, right? So that helps. But, right here, you're still 1 millimeter. So be careful. Now, a way you can prevent that, right? See how much airspace you have between these pieces? So that's going to give this room to slide back and forth. In something that is that thin, right, the 1 millimeter, what you may want to consider doing is somehow down here on the back side, right, having that sort of fill out, and then right where you're thicker down in here, and then you just up here kind of cut that back and in, and you know up here you have this, which is a line that makes it look thinner, right? But that is, good God.
Yeah, let's talk about this. I'll literally give you an example like okay, so someone drives up in Mark's house, sits in a van, and then they get the information of this and stuff like that. So they will contact me or create a case, inside create a case, then they'll be sent out to GSI, at which point they'll decide to create a control load. And then at that point, then they start creating correct profile. And that would also account people, vendors, possibly the license plate information and background checks. Yeah. Yeah.
And this isn't necessarily the best solution, it's just kind of a way to think about what's happening back here.
And that would also,
And then
the way I'm like saying like the thing back is it becomes a bullet, but it's also like immediate threat or like it's something that requires more like research to be done. Like that would in the case to do that or would because right now I think it would be like a piece of possible.
and then have that trim front, planar, symmetry on. Okay. Oh shit.
It's like similar to like a or you
And then
okay, well, like anything like profile like file dish and stuff like
oh shit.
like then like you can walk through the flows and see what's not done, what is done. I'm sure what tax is a little more yeah, that's why I started with TurboTax.
then you can see that's higher than that, so you could still have this
On
appear to be like this, but that way that intersection is almost flush, and with that happening there's not much room to play, which means even if that's thin, that's going to be much more structurally sound, so you're not going to get that twist on it, because then it's not just the right, you can do something like that. And then you have at least the same feeling, right? But much more stable.
Just joining for 30 seconds. Happy birthday. Well, I didn't join for that. How's the party?
Okay, so now all right. So it looks like these initially were, let me find,
The only time I've been really scared on phone it wasn't because of the
uh,
I was taking a flight and it was like
It looks like this was initially something that was
there,
probably
it was like $25.
like a scoop this way and a scoop this way.
I was like,
Um,
or
I'm just guessing.
should be able, and that was for 250.
Um,
So, and I was like, so like
so
right there,
if these surfaces are not relating anymore,
done.
you know, here's where quote unquote dynamic shapes, right? We can, I'm going to just dynamesh this.
Have a good weekend.
So I have a consistent mesh. These are decimated, aren't they? Yeah. You know, half mil, a mil max. I mean, a mil's a huge gap. A half mil's probably more than enough there. All right, so now accept. And we're going to keep these simple. Why in the hell is that so fat? What was I doing? And once again, I'm not saying that this is the solution. I'm just giving you something to think about, right? So I'm not necessarily trying to add any more graphic information, right? I'm not trying to give us layer information here. But
Yeah, absolutely. So I will talk about leadership and training. I'll talk about like a lot of people for Thursday as the last meeting of the week possibly for some people. So I'll talk about where it'll be for the MVP and also where we might expand to and kind of like explore once we start getting actual data and once we've done. So for everyone who's aware of how the can everyone see my screen by the way? Cool. Okay.
all right,
So
so
most people are aware of how the actual UI
now
currently
you notice I'm not
the chips that actually
trying to add layer information here. I'm changing plane information.
structure the content.
right?
You're playing with the idea of summary.
So
Tags, I think, is an evolution towards what the summaries of work are. So for the
now let's go back to our reflective surface.
for
Right, so you can see that this, where this is actually, it has motion, right? Dark, light, light, dark. That contrapposto sort of, well, that's not contrapposto, that's just contrast. Right, where you get that motion, and you're continuing that line there, right? And we haven't added any layer information, right? I haven't drawn any lines on this surface, but I have changed how the planes are interacting, right? And so that, when we get down here, just gives it a little bit of motion, right? Does that make sense? And then we come to here. I think you have this the same issue, and that is redundancy of thickness. I think that by simply, well, once again, we don't have to make it visually busier in the sense of drawing a bunch of lines, because the simplicity is quite nice about this design, right? But sorry, hold on. Let's go back. I don't want symmetry on. I want you to be able to see the difference here. Right. Dun, 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 dun. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And once again, this is decimated, so I'm not actually getting the smoothness as I want, but that's okay. Does that kind of make sense? And see, I'm still getting that bright edge that I was talking to you guys about, where I was like, okay, well, you know, when, hold on, let me get build up. Right, a lot of you were kind of doing this, right? And so you were getting that bright edge, and it's not that I don't like that bright edge. That bright edge is nice. But it's really nice if you have the surface right next to it that's going to reflect. So it's not just this thing that's floating up. Okay. But that bright edge is much nicer if it's a transitional surface, right? Where we can have that there, but as long as that's not a constant dark thing. Like from here, you could say that yours looks a lot like mine. Not this one, but earlier when I was saying that the scroll work was just dug in. Right? But you can see from other angles, dynamically, you're there, and you're real damn close. It's just, I think that, and you can turn this into a lip, you know, it doesn't have to have that. You know, you can turn it into that sharp edge. I just think you want to change the thickness of this somewhere along the way, so it's not just, because if you notice what we have is, this is real close to the same, you get a little thicker there, but it's real close to the same thickness. And these aren't really intersecting, they're just edging, and see that's just one thickness there. Right, and that's pretty much one thickness there. Right, and they're all really similar thicknesses. Where if you have point, and I would honestly kick that in some, so that is a more dynamic transition. But I didn't want to change it too much. I wanted to see kind of where you were with that. So the only thing I have to say is knock these edges off, right? Just so these are not sharp. Right? Just get a little edge knock off. And also just so it doesn't look like it's cookie cutter. If that makes any sense. Right? Get that in. And I would probably go as far as putting little crescent moons in there and just knocking some edge off. So this looks sculpted, right? No cookie cutters. Give me dimensionality, right? Ta-da. Make sure these points are pointing up away from the body, just so they can't poke, right? So make sure you're getting all these edges up and away from the body. No sharp edges. And just implied dimensionality. My problem with most bracelets and links is that no one does anything to the inside and it all just looks like it was punched out, and it really annoys me, especially when it's a $500,000 bracelet and it still looks like it was punched out. It just kills me. Okay, and then, just think about creating some dynamic surfaces. But no, you're killing it. Looks great. And then you had scrolls down here, right? Once again, I think only thing I would say is thin, thick, right? Thick, thin, thick, thin, thick, thin. Whatever it is, just break these. Just don't have them where they're the same thickness, because right now, you're getting, your planes are good, your dimensionality is good. You're just running into, and even if you want these super simple planes, which is fine, I just want to see where you get, so I'm not changing your plane structure at all, right? Does that make any sense? It's just a little bit of that. Now you're trying to create thick to thin, thin to thick, 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 right? How you do the leaf flip is you flip the leaf. Right? You just get it. Sorry. My slide didn't quite cut it there, did it? Come on. There we go. Stop. What are you thinking about? No, damn, I gotta stop pushing it that aggressively. Right, that goes there and it transitions. Right? And then if it's flipping back the other way, all this comes over this way. And that punches under. Same here. Over. Under. And when you do those flips, you can't actually do a hard line here because you do want that to separate. Right? Ooh, Scheiße Liebe. Right? You can get a line in there, and that really sells that transition plane if you. God, crap on my eyes. This become. Sorry, I can't see what the hell I'm doing. Right. Sorry. Crap in the eye. All right. Yeah. So, any questions about this? And where is, there it is. Kiko. All right. Nice. So the one thing I'll tell you, and this is from experience, you want to be really careful about this top edge rolling away so quickly, because what happens is this starts to rock on the top. This is pretty low, so you're probably pretty safe, but I think that you may want to take slide here and just make sure that you have enough contact point at the top of the finger there to make sure that, one, you have enough contact for there to be some friction so it doesn't rock around much. But so just be very careful about getting that top just to be a really thin lip there. Once again, that's a wearability issue. Right? All right. Nice. I would say just pay a little bit of attention to what this reflective surface is doing. What is the story we're telling here, right? You know, what is this silhouette that you're looking for? because this is going to be a bright reflective plane. It says it is. So when you have these nice bright reflective planes facing the top, just make sure you're deciding that it is something or it isn't. Like I said, we're going to have to, fill this in just a little, just so you're not having the problems with wearability. And here's where, you can make it look thinner, right? By having this be a scoop, so it's not really reflecting up, it's reflecting out. And the other thing, you don't want that to be a sharp edge. So that being smooth there can make that look thinner, right? Because it's that reflective edge that's going to inform us of the thickness. And you can punch that back in there. And I don't know if you were looking for hard or soft, but let's just say that's a hard surface. That's where planar line can come in and help. Alright. Planar flatten. Gotta level that out. Kick that back and in, sort of how you had it. I'll often use this, so I'm going to trim front this, turning on lazy Nizumi, and I'm going to rotate it just a little, and it's locked on that axis, so now I know when I trim front, see I'm not getting that weird like little 90 or that center ridge. And rotate it enough, sorry. Trim front. There we go. Like I said, I'm just. But once you get those hard edges in, you can come back and soften them if you choose. But the structure's there, you know. And then if you don't want those flat, now that the planes are flat and right, you can come back in and kind of give it a curve. But that's being based on the relativity of the surface below, which was flat. Yeah. Excuse me. Yeah, of course. Sorry. So, I'm just grabbing here and I'm going to take planar flatten. All right. I'm just touching a plane and it's going to make it flat. Okay. Now you can see I'm going to cut back into that one. All right. So I'm going to do the same here. Planar flatten. But see how that's cutting in? That's too deep. So now this is where I'll use planar flatten line. I'll touch there and I'll touch over here. And now that's going to give me a plane that's based on those 2 points. Okay. And now we're going to make some decisions back here in a second, but I'm just, okay. So, planar flatten, boom. Now the difference between planar flatten and just planar, so as you notice, I have planar flatten on. I'm going to turn it pretty big so this is dramatic. I'm going to come over here and you see how this rolls over the edges. See how it rolls over the edges there? And it comes up on the other side. Okay, planar, but you notice down here, hold on. You'll notice that it draws the surface up to the plane, right? It cuts the plane and it draws to the plane, right? So planar flatten, why it's called flatten, is because it will draw the surface that is below the plane up. Planar just cuts, right? It does not bring your surface up to the plane unless you hold down Alt. So if I'm doing this, you can see out here it doesn't do that, but if I hold down Alt, it pulls it up to the surface. Here we're cutting behind the surface. Hold on, let's turn this into a flat surface. This is where planar flattened line comes in really helpful. I'm going to just come here. I'm going to go from here to here, so that is a plane. Right. You can see that there's too big a vent in there. So I'm going to do it again. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah. And now that is that plane, right? Now you can see that there's a lot of space back down and in here. Thing about planar flatten and planar alt is that they're very destructive brushes. Look at how it draws all the geometry up towards this edge, okay? See how it distorts this and draws it towards the edge? So this is kind of something you want to do later in the process or when you know you're going to remesh. But let's grab planar. And you can see that it cuts in there, but it doesn't. Now, I'm going to hold down Alt, and now it's going to fill. Right? And as you'll notice, see how it dragged all that mesh up to the edge up there? So that's a really destructive brush if you plan to do anything else with that, right? So now you just have to remember what kind of order you do these in, okay? So that's not a good surface, right? That's at the wrong angle. So we're going to come here, planar flatten line, and I'm going to flatten here to here. So now I have a flat surface here, planar flatten line from there to there. And now that angle is in tune with that, right? So that was more the angle you originally had. Planar, just cut. Planar does not draw the stuff up to the edge unless you hold down Alt, and then it will do so. And it's very aggressive. Planar flatten and planar flatten line are a little more subtle, but not much. So now we have a few intersecting planes, right? So this is where figuring out the best way to do it in order, okay? So I'm going to hold here, and if I hold planar, see how it cuts back into that plane. Okay, so I'm going to hold planar flatten, or planar, and then hold down Alt, and it's going to fill that gap. Remember there's that gap right there? And now I'm going to come here, and I'm going to come planar, and it's going to fill that gap. But you notice it's drawing up on the surfaces. But now I don't have to pull up to the surfaces because we're over all of these surfaces. So I can just do that, do that, do that. And now here we just have to decide what we want. Are we going to have this line come back here? Well, that's the wrong taper. And now let's do this line, and that goes all the way to the front. So this is where planar flatten line would probably be useful, and I'm going to go and just pick a plane, planar flatten line, kind of go from here to here, and then that way we have a transitional angle. That still goes all the way out, so that's still too much. So I'm going to go from back here to there, and now that goes all the way in. Ooh, that's not what we want. All right, and so we have a couple planes going on here. So now we're going to take planar, hold down Alt, and it's going to fill into there. And that's also going to cut up there. Right? And cut that there. And you can see that's where our transition plane is. So it's not a perfect plane, but you can sort of see what I mean. Once again, that's a crap angle because I'm not getting a change here. I was trying to get a change there. Boom, clean that edge up. And so this is the easiest way to get nice clean edges, right? We're going here, hold down Alt, come up and intersect with that. But this is the plane that we want right here. Cut. And you can see that we did cut into that surface. Planar. Planar fill. Planar alt. And you just kind of figure out which ones, you know, just do them in order so you are left with one where it's not destructive anymore, where you can just come by like that and clean it up. And then boop. Right. This angle obviously was tied to this angle. But does that make sense? Let's actually go back to your early one here and because I had moved stuff around. Well, really, there's not a whole ton of difference, except when you're using planar flatten, it's always going to draw up, right? And so it's often just an easy tool to use. You know what it does. You're not going to futz around with it, and you're not going back and forth, right? I don't use planar flatten as much anymore, but planar flatten line is really important because it does different stuff, right? And that way you can kind of come there. So now I know I want a plane from here to here that's going to cross that. This is where planar flatten line is. Boom. Planar flatten line. That's a plane. And it comes up until it intersects something. So we're going to do that. And that intersects something. And then this intersects something. And you can see where your overlap is, right? Because you get that big fold. Planar flatten. Right now. No. And you can see how it distorts the mesh, right? And I'm just getting my planes kind of where I want them to be. And you just work it out. You're like, okay. Okay. So now I roughly have, well, let's get that to be a plane. And then that'll be a plane. Planar flat line, boom, boom. Oops. So now that we got everything kind of where we want them, I'm just going to smooth and relax all that weirdness. And now just come in with planar. And I'm just going to trim that. So Alt. And it's filling. Now planar. And you notice that it, with just planar normal, it's not rolling over that edge, right? And so now we'll come here. We're going to knock that one off. Come here and that'll fill up. And once again, take it and cut, take it, cut. So obviously that does not have alt on. That has alt on, right? No alt. I want to clear that edge, so alt and get it edgy. Planar. And I'm cutting back and in, but I'm going to do alt because I want to fill that little nudge. Alt, and that's going to fill that. Come in here, get my brush smaller, planar. Alt to clean that edge up. And you notice I'm leaving this out here because that's an easy cleanup, right? Boom. Alt, we'll clean that edge up. So I'm just going to go in order. Oops. Boom, dig into that edge, dig into that edge. Come here. Planar alt. Right, I'm staying away from that edge because we're doing this kind of in order, right? So we're stepping forward. Alt, and that will fill up to there and down to there. Alt. No alt. Alt. Right, and you can see that we have slightly weird angles here, so smooth everybody out, come there. Now that's an easy angle to come in. Cut in. Alt. Cut. Cut. Alt. Cut. Planar. Boop. Cut. Now you can see the other problem with planar is that every time, even if you just touch, it cuts in a little. And so you have to kind of be careful with that. It's really microscopic, but it's annoying because it doesn't leave you with super clean, visually clean planes. I mean, they're clean, it's just... But as I said, these are really destructive. Scheiße. Boop. Boop. And it's just this constant little back and forth game until you get everybody where you want it. And remember, we've basically mangled this mesh because of doing this. Stop it. Come on. What is that? Oh. Bastages. And it's just sort of this little back and forth game until you get everybody where you want them. Right? Polish flat? I don't know. Polish usually isn't doing this polish. I don't know what polish flat is. I don't use polish flat. Are you talking about trim polish flat or the SK brush? That, are you talking about this? Trim polish? I don't have a polish flat. Well, there is an H polish, but if you look even here, let's go to H polish and come here and hold it. You still have the capacity to dent your surfaces, right? I mean, if you roll over, look at the surface, right? It's not perfect, right? It can get there, but you see how you're cutting over and stuff. I mean, the planer tools are just that. They're just to create nice, clean, sharp planes. I mean, if I would have done this, I would have blocked this up in basic primitives and then gone from there, you know. But, I mean, like, this isn't necessarily how I would do this ring per se, but I was just trying to give you a quick breakdown on when to use planer flat, and planer flat and line. Right, because every time I touch this, I'm hitting a different plane, so we're changing it a little every time. Make sense? But you know, if you have this nice curved edge and a sharp plane coming into it, you'll notice how often like I know I want this intersection to be clean, right? And I come in here and I work on this surface and I get it to be what I want it to be. I will make sure that I polish and sculpt below this edge. Like, I'll knock this edge in because I know that's a flat surface. And then I'll get this to be where I want it. Just making sure that it drops below that edge. And then that way, when it does intersect with this flat surface, that's just planar, and then hold down Alt, boop, and now, right, I don't have to worry about it. Right, that's now a clean edge to where I sculpt it, right? And so let's say you get that weird like little soft spot, you smooth it, and you're like, ah, damn it. Well, just take it, cut it back and in. Right? Fill your plane up to whatever you want it to be. Polish. Smooth. Take move and kind of push it back and in. You know, whatever you want that surface to be doing. Right? And then planar. Alt. Make sense? So yeah, the only thing I'd say, sorry, once again, I've used yours as the example. Um, just, I mean, your forms are looking good. Just make sure that you have enough contact with the finger on top so it doesn't wiggle around where it hurts. And then two, if you do have, this nice surface here, you have this, this thing going on here. This is coming like that. And then these are coming like this. Just decide how you want these to register, just so you have something that's telling a story there. Holy shit. All right. Oh. I'm a crippled bastard. I'm going to the doctor tomorrow. Well, I mean, I mangle step that in and, whatever. But make a decision, right? Let's go back. All I'm saying is just make sure, because your forms are nice, it looks good. Right? But see, right now, what you have are almost a bar, right? Those aren't very committed to a shape. And then you kind of have this, and this has sort of a round and sort of a point. And then that's a silhouette that's kind of doing that. And then that, right? So just make sure that whatever you're doing, it's an intentional form, right? You can have kind of the happy smiling guru ring, right? Just make sure you know what these shapes are and you've made a decision for them to be that. All right. Very good, very good, very good. I think that does us all. I'll do a real quick. Does anyone have any questions that they would like? I mean, don't feel bad. Don't think, my leg's swollen and I'm in pain. My leg's swollen. I've been in pain all day. So, I'm here. Don't worry about that, Ask your questions if you need to ask a question. Oh, yes. Come this way. I'll help you very much. So, any questions for those of you who are quote unquote struggling? Do any of you have any questions? Because I'd rather get this done and get everyone sort of on path to create things than struggle. Okay, what would you like to know about flush setting stones? Nope. You leave a nice flat surface and they will do it for you. At some point, like if you want, I know they're flush set, but if you want it to be raised, right? If you want it to set like in a raised area, then, you can do something like that and then they'll flush set it, but you don't have to do anything. Nope. You just leave nice flat things, and the stone setter will be very pleased with you. Now, for renderings, so next week's more about cutters and stuff. So I'll have my cutters and stuff organized by, in my insert mesh brushes and stuff organized by Saturday, hopefully. Okay, so now so I guess this is the last Saturday class. Is that what I'm understanding? And then the Monday class has next Monday. So basically this week, oh no, you'll have one more week after that, right? So what I want to do is we'll do the Saturday class. I'll present some cutters and a few more things, but I think we've crept most of that stuff in. So Saturday, I want everyone to really wrap their heads around questions, okay? Because technically I've introduced cutters. I need to get my stone cutter thing sorted out. And like I said, before the end of the class, and I'm kind of viewing you all as one class, sorry. And once again, those of you who will do the last batch of homework, well, if you have pieces that you want credit, go ahead, that's fine. You can do the next homework. And then what I want to do is have the last crit session, which isn't next Thursday, but the Thursday after that, right? Because you all have class and then crit. And then they have class on Monday and crit. And then they have one more class and then a crit. So, because I want there to be a crit off that last class, or at least a session, right? So I kind of want everyone to wrap their heads around Q&A, right? So if there's something you do not understand, and I don't care if it's Tomas, I do not understand Z Modeler, how do I make squares? Ask it, okay? So the next two crit sessions are going to be a little flimsy in the sense of order, right? Because so for the Saturday class, I'm not really going to give you homework, okay? I'm going to give you homework, use some cutters and kind of wrap your head around some of that stuff. And we're going to go over prepping for print, right? So I'm not necessarily going to give you homework. If you're going to try something with whatever comes out of that class, then yes, we'll do it. Now, for the next crit session, this whole week jog thing's got me a little laggy. Somehow or another, after the last crit session, I want to be the big Q&A, right? And then I have to talk to Form Labs tomorrow, but hopefully I'm going to organize getting a Form 3 here quick. So over the next few weeks after class, we should have, I'll do a Twitch on Monday before the Pixelogic Twitch or something like that. And what we'll do is we'll talk about, again, prepping and supporting and all of that. And then hopefully we can get at least a round of your all's models printed. So maybe we'll wait 2 weeks, right? And then that way you guys have time to actually tune some models. We'll print them and we'll discuss them, right? I will get one of the little USB microscopes and we'll look at the pieces and we'll talk about them. So I really want to get the Form 3 in, and I'm not exactly sure how long that's going to take. So I know a couple people have Form 3 out there. Also, I talked to Formlabs and they said that the little deal where you use my number and you get $500 off is still there. So if anyone does want to buy a Formlab or a Form 3, if you use my little number, you can get $500 off on it. So that's something to consider because, once again, I really do view the Form 3 as the best cheap printer on the market. I just don't think anything comes close to it as far as the price range. Because I just priced out 2 3D Systems machines, and one was $120,000 and the other one was $53,000. So you can see there's a very big difference in costs from a professional machine and a cheap machine. Let's see. So for all of those of you out there who want a Form 3, we'll work that out before the end of the thing. I'm double checking my number just to make sure I got kind of hosed on the first round because, it was weird. My number wasn't working. I was very frustrated. On the 30th of June is my master series at Pixelogic, and I think the 24th of June is a Formlabs. I'm doing a sort of a live thing, an hour thing for Formlabs. All right, so the Saturday class, Saturday's the last class. The Monday class, you have Monday, next Monday, or coming up Monday, and then you have the Monday thereafter. So, yeah. Yes, Monday is your 5th class. Right? It has to be, because this is the 5th. This is Saturday's 5th crit. Right? Oh my God. I'm so I don't know. Wait, you all expect me to keep track of this? All right. Let's see. How are we doing over here? Oh, I did it again. Sorry, guys. I wiped out crits. Or I wiped out comments. Sorry. Man, look at that. Over 16% of the frames in the last 2 minutes were skipped. Ugh, that's horrible. Okay. Anybody have any other questions? Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, please participate, The crits, please participate. Now, let me see. Like I said, I'll try to sort it out. I got to wrap my head around how to deal with it. But what we will do is, that gives us 2 weeks until the next crit, or the last crit, right? Next crit's next week, and then the last crit's the week after. So we still have 2 weeks of crit. And like I said, I'm not really giving you homework for the last crits. So I want that to be a Q&A. So Monday's class will have homework next Thursday. Saturday's class won't really have homework next Saturday or next Thursday, but I want it to be a concise question and answer thing. Now that means if you have a piece that you're working on that you want to work on, great. So what we will do probably is once the Monday class ends, will give me a week or so. And then what I'll probably do is we will have at least one, if not, we can do it as long as we need to, but we'll do a couple Twitch sessions on Monday before I start streaming. They'll start later in the day, but so that way I'm here one day and I don't have to get it going. So we'll figure it out. But basically, what we'll do is as soon as I get the Form 3, we'll, having you guys spend a few weeks on a model that you want printed is probably better anyway. So let's shoot for the end of June. We will have upload your model. We'll talk about them. I'll show you the problems for print. And then over the next week or so, I will print them, and then everyone will get that sorted out. Does that make sense? Honestly, right now I'm a little pain-ridden, so my brain isn't working completely goodly. But yeah, we'll sort it out. So basically what I'm saying is nobody panic. There's still plenty of time. And I'll give you a few extra just live stream sessions. I'll probably do it on Mondays because I'm up here on Mondays anyway. If not, I'll sort it out and figure out a different day. We can take a vote or something. And then I will, as soon as I get my new printer, will have you have models that you want printed. And I will print a model for everyone. And we will look at it, sort it out, and blah, 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 blah. You know what the hell I'm saying. All right. And once again, on those live stream sessions, for those of you who feel like you're behind or lost, bring me something so